Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Marilag, and hello. Welcome to everyone here.
Yeah, thanks for joining us today. It's what 10 a.m. in Manila. I'm in Denmark, so it's about 4 a.m. here, and I'm so happy to
Yeah,
organize this event and that you're joining me today, John, to host the event from 10 o'clock to 3 o'clock
yeah,
in the afternoon.
yeah. I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to be still hosting Global Azure 2021 this year, and siguro nahalata sa damit natin. I'm just in a simple shirt. It's a very warm day right now in Manila, and
Oh
and
yeah.
yeah, it is. But I hope that despite that warm weather, yung audience natin is, they find it interesting enough to stay with us until later. And there are a lot of really good topics that we're going to have.
Yes, we have invited really good speakers, Filipino speakers from all over the world today. So you
Mhm.
can see that in the agenda. We're coming from Sydney, from Sweden, and also from Manila as well.
Yep.
I also have a talk later, and I'm here in Denmark, as I mentioned. So, and
Mhm.
we're part of the Global Azure event, which has been happening since I think the 15th, where there are over 500 speakers
Mhm.
from so many different countries all over the world doing this together with us, and so I'm very proud that we get
Yes.
to join. And this is your fourth year, John. I you mentioned earlier that you've been hosting this
Yes,
event for
yeah,
four
yeah, yeah,
years.
something like that. In the past few years, it was an in-person event. We would be in the Microsoft Philippines office in Makati, and we would have 50 to anywhere from 50 to 100 people sometimes be there and be in person. We missed that, but syempre the pandemic has changed a lot of things. And last year was happy to have been able to organize almost at the last minute yung 2020 na Global Azure bootcamp. But yeah, for this year, be happy to have Azure user group Manila to be able to organize it. Yeah, and lead
Well,
in this. Yep.
thank you very much. I'm happy to organize this as well for the community. So yun nga, as you mentioned, nakakamiss talaga yung in-person events kasi you can never replace that feeling that you really meet someone in person, you get to know them better, you get to really speak to them. Medyo tricky lang right now because now we
Yeah.
have the YouTube, we're live on YouTube and also on our Facebook page and Facebook group.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're
Mm-hmm.
watching, please do share it to your friends right now if they want to watch like the whole day, and then you can use
Mm-hmm.
the chat so that you can interact with us. We are going to be watching for your comments, and we're going to be replying, and later and also during the talks, please participate, ask your questions, and John, listen, right?
Yeah. And related to that, we encourage everybody to listen very well to the talks, because at the end of the event, we'll have a quiz where our speakers have prepared their questions from their talks. And you in exchange, you'll get some swag, some raffle prizes from Microsoft, and some freebies. So yeah, great. I think that's a good reason to really pay attention and stay throughout the day, and through this event. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. I just encourage everyone to keep joining our events. Azure User Group
Mhm.
Manila, you can find us in Meetup. And also, John is hosting or organizing the Philippine.net User Group. We're quite
Yes.
related, our group. So please join us in our events. We have a lot of good things planned for you. So I think we
Yeah.
can get this started. I'm so
Yeah. Let's
excited.
get the ball rolling.
Yeah, yeah, and
Yeah.
let's invite our first speaker.
Yeah. So our first speaker for today is Emil Pastor. He comes from Sydney, Australia, and he will talk to us about Azure Synapse, breaking down the silos of data integration, data warehousing, and big data. So let's have Emil.
Hi John, hi
Morning, Emil.
Marilad. Morning.
Hello.
Morning.
Kamusta?
Morning. So I guess we turn it over to you.
Sure, no worries.
All right. Thank you.
All right, awesome. So first, thank you very much again, John Marilag, for inviting me to share my experience as well as my expertise in Azure data and AI. Again, my name is Emil Pastor. I'm a cloud solutions architect for data and AI here in Microsoft Australia. So I'm assisting clients across Asia Pacific in the topics of data governance, data management, big data analytics, and machine learning. So for today, I'll be discussing about Azure Synapse Analytics and how it will help organizations to break down the silos of big data integration, data warehousing, as well as big data and analytics. So I'll spend the first 10 to 15 minutes going through the slides and basically discussing an overview of Azure Synapse. Afterwards, I'll be demonstrating how Synapse looks like and why it caters for different types of personas within uh, the analytics team in every organization. All right, so let's get started. So as we all know, analytics and AI plays a pivotal role for any organization these days. Because number one, uh, it helps address any disruptions in the business process, and we've seen that tremendously during the pandemic. Right, organizations goes back to their data, analyzing what can be done and how they can improve, their financial position or their strategic position in the market. And at the same time, organization is also looking into how to save costs and reduce capex. Again, they will go back to the analytics, their data, and their AI. And at the same time, they continuously need to innovate, discover new insights, new behaviors coming from their customers, and again, they need data. So all in all, I think to summarize, organization needs for faster time to insight. So the faster they can generate insights out of the data that they have internally and externally, the faster they can do their decision making, and the faster they'll be able to adapt with the changing business landscape. And cloud analytics paves the way for that. So being able to drive that digital transformation to generate faster insights, discover savings or financial optimization opportunities to be able to manage infrastructure as well as more time to address any business problems. And at the same time, organization also needs to prepare for the future, being able to scale should there be more and more customers joining or using their products and services. And having said that, analytics and AI has been the number one investment of any business leaders. However, they struggle to make the most out of their data and analytics. Many organizations build or establish their data science team, big data team. They call it in different ways. But according to Harvard Business Review, back in 2019, of the 80% of the organization struggle to become like a mature users of data, and 55% report data silos and data management challenges as one of the roadblocks to be able to be a truly data-driven organization. And why is that? Because at the moment, with the current landscape and the framework that we have in the market, there's actually two realms of data. One is the more experimental side of data, which is the data science part. So with the data science, we're talking about more on big data, experimentation, faster exploration. It's more semi-structured or no structure at all in terms of how the data is being stored. And data lake is driving most of that. And there's also another realm of data, which is business analytics. So this is the traditional data and analytics that we know. It's more relational. It's already proven in terms of security and privacy. You have a more dependable and robust performance, and plus, we're talking here about structured data, tables and rows, columns. And our best body for that is the data warehouse. So at the moment, organizations have either a data science platform, a business analytics platform, or both. But the challenge is how can you bridge those two together so that there will be a more seamless collaboration and integration between those two data realms? And this is what Azure is trying to bridge. So using the principles of big data or data science, as well as data and analytics, we try to develop a product or a service that will enable you to bridge those gaps so that you'll have a more seamless use, faster exploration, more airtight and proven security and privacy, as well as a dependable performance. Hence, we have Azure Synapse Analytics. So it's all-in-one service that allows you to do data warehousing and big data and analytics. So architecturally speaking, how does Azure Synapse looks like? So you have your data sources on the left. So we have your data sources on premise or in the local servers of any organization. You have data sources in the cloud or in any software as a service, and even streaming data coming from your IoT. And with Azure Synapse, it allows you to integrate all of those data, having a unified experience through Azure Synapse Studio, because you have your integration tool. You'll be able to manage all of your data set at the same time, monitor each and every performance of your data platform. Plus, having that level of security that's required, especially we have our privacy and regulatory agencies monitoring the use of each and every customer's data. With Azure Synapse as well, it enables you or any persona within the organization, may it be like a data scientist or a data engineer who's more familiar with Spark, with an ETL developer who's more accustomed to SQL, basically any person who's familiar or who has their own preferred language, Azure Synapse will be able to cater for that. Plus, like you have as well your Azure Data Lake storage. And on top of that, we also have seamless integration with other services, so that you focus more on generating insights, not on integrating each and individual pieces of those other services like Azure Data Share, Machine Learning, Power BI, and Purview. And I'll just quick breeze through the comparison in terms of how Azure Synapse Analytics performs in terms of price performance, according to GigaOm's independent study back in 2019. So there are 5 major value propositions essentially of Azure Synapse. And number 1 is a limitless scale. By having a limitless scale means that each individual will have a choice of how they want to use or leverage their data, maintaining that level of scalability. So we have a provisioned, meaning you'll have you will provision your data warehouse 24/7, or if you want to go serverless, or if you want like a more intelligent optimized workload performance. And other than that, we also have capability to unlock a more powerful insights. So even if you are a data scientist, engineer, or a business user using Power BI, you have a single platform that allows you to perform that different functions within and collaborate more seamlessly with your colleagues and peers. Having said that, that means that you will have a unified experience. So you don't need to worry about integrating some very little pieces of services together, because it's already pre-integrated for you with a capability to customize it even further based on your organization's requirement. And on top of that, by having a more seamless collaboration, it means that you'll be able to generate insights as fast as you can, and being able to link the operational and analytical data together. So what do I mean by that? By linking an operational and analytical system, typically in an organization, you have your OLTP type of databases, and you have your OLAP type of databases. Usually, you use ETL to be able to extract your OLTP data and be able to generate an OLAP type analysis. But with Azure Synapse, what we aim to do is to minimize that and be able to bridge that more instantaneously using Azure Synapse Link. So it allows you to perform a real-time data and analytics with minimizing or no ETL required at all, and no performance impact on the transaction because we are not using the OLTP's computational engine to be able to generate an OLAP type of analysis. We only need the OLTP's storage instead. So Synapse Link finally breaks down that barrier that long existed between operational and analytical systems. So it links your operational databases to Synapse Analytics in Azure, providing you to an ability to get immediate insights on your business. In fact, as soon as as a transaction is recorded in your operational store, the transaction will be available in a columnar format for analytics in just mere seconds. And at the moment, we support one of the OLTP system, which is Cosmos DB, but we intend to support other OLTP databases like SQL database, Postgres MariaDB, as well as MySQL. And by having this seamless connection between OLTP, Synapse, and Power BI, you will instantaneously get your insights to assist the business in their decision making. And on top of that, I'm sure that if we're working with the data, security has always been on top of mind in every organization. And with Azure Synapse, we also provide you like a real-time protection of your data to make sure that you also be able to monitor and respond to threats. So it's not just about generating insights as fast as you can, but also making sure that you're doing it securely. So I think all in all, we have Azure Synapse that allows you to perform the data integration, data warehousing, and big data processing. And it's well integrated with the rest of the ecosystem, analytics ecosystem, both within first party within Microsoft or other software as a service or other third party tools like SAP, Salesforce, Adobe, and others. And this is how we envision Synapse to be. It's more of being a single analytics platform that seamlessly enables data engineers, data scientists, and ETL developers, as well as BI developers to collaborate more and more. So yeah, this is just a summary of what Azure Synapse and Power BI provides in terms of AI and machine learning. All right, so let's move on to the demo. All right, so this is how Azure Synapse Studio looks like. So on the left side, you have the different features. You have the data. This is where you link all of the different databases that you have, as well as your data lake. You have your developed. This is the playground for data engineers, data scientists, or ETL developers. And you have your integrate function if you want to do the orchestration as well as the ETL and scheduling of your jobs, plus some administrative functions for monitoring and management. So let's go to the data. So within the data on the left side, you have your workspace and the linked. So within the databases, Azure Synapse provides you a choice of how you wanted to store your data. You can store your data in a data warehouse compute engine, or as we call it, a dedicated SQL pool. So if you need more of like a data warehousing function. And at the same time, you also have capability to do or use a serverless SQL pool. So if you just want to do like a pay-as-you-go, or you don't really want or you don't have any workload that runs 24/7, but it's more of for ad hoc analysis. And you also have your Spark cluster. So if you want to perform some big data processing using Spark as an engine, you will have that capability as well. So you have all of those types of databases in a single pane of glass. Then you also have your linked resources, which is basically the other data store available in Azure, from blob storage to Cosmos DB, data lake, and other integration data sets. And in the future, you will also have the OLTP type of resources for the Synapse link. All right. And then the next thing that I wanted to show is the developed. So basically, the developed allows you to perform SQL analysis, do your notebook in Jupyter, do some ETL using Dataflow or Power BI. So how does it look like? So let's take, for example, a sample SQL query with Synapse. So the first thing you need to do within Synapse is to choose which database you wanted to use. It's either your master, which is the SQL serverless, or SQL pool. By using this these databases, you'll be able to generate some insights on the fly. So as an example, we'll run this particular query, which basically just calculates the revenue per customer or per user per department. So it's basically showing right now the result, which is the breakdown of the user's revenue per department. And on top of that, you will also have capability to do the charting on the fly. So if you want to create some graphs for further analysis and basically check the distribution of the users, you are also allowed to do so. And once you're done, just need to save it, paste it in a PowerPoint slide, or send it to let's say a marketing manager, and you'll be able to generate some insights and make some decisions from there. And with SQL script, you also have the capability to choose whether you want to analyze a built-in or a serverless. So right now I chose the dedicated SQL pool. So this is just one capability for Synapse. And I also wanted to demonstrate just very quickly on how we can use Cosmos DB and be able to create a more analytical analysis later on. So with Cosmos DB, all you need to do is just map out the Cosmos DB database, and then use a create or alter view, and then provide basically the server name and the key for this Cosmos DB, and afterwards you'll be able to run create or alter view, generate that view within the serverless data or serverless server, and instantaneously you'll be able to generate some insights, which is basically the top 10 data from the retail sales based out of this Cosmos DB server. So you basically have the product code, quantity, price, revenue, advertising, etc. And again, you will also have that charting capability. Then similarly, you can combine multiple databases, like database coming from the default or the database coming from Cosmos DB. So the default is basically, so if we go back from our workspace, so the default is a Spark cluster. And then you have your Cosmos retail sales, which is serverless. So you can combine these two engines together to produce some insights. So yeah, so using this simple query, you'll be able to join them even though they are in a different computational platform. So again, this is more on using your SQL. So if you're more familiar or more accustomed to using SQL as your language, as your preferred data analysis language, you have that capability. Then the next thing that I wanted to show is the usage of a notebook. So for any data scientist or engineers, they usually prefer notebook because they're more accustomed to PySpark, Scala Spark, or other variations or other flavors of Sparks in multiple language. So by having this notebook, you will have the same experience as what you have on-prem using your own Jupyter notebook. So you will have capability to write your own query using Spark or using Scala. Using this button, you can choose and change which interpreter will be used. So you have, at the moment, we cater for PySpark, Scala, .NET, or Spark SQL. But that doesn't mean that you will have to write Scala all throughout, because you can use this magic command to switch again, or to ask the engine to interpret it as more of a PySpark. So this is just an example of how it looks like. Then from there on, you can continue to write a Spark cluster. In this example, you'll be able to drop your data frame, create a Spark temp table or view, and be able to also describe this particular view that is created above, and do some charting if you wish to. Then later on, if you want to do some analysis again using SQL, you will also have that capability to be able to analyze via SQL. So basically, the point is you will have a choice, and you will not be forced to learn a new language if you're not comfortable with. If you're already comfortable using PySpark, you will have the capability, and basically the choice to do that. So in this particular notebook, it's more of generating the product recommendations using combination of PySpark. So as you can see, this is where the actual training of the model is, and afterwards it does some matrix factorization model and so on. So we will not go into very much detail of the actual code, but basically this provides product recommendation per user depending on the user's profile. So this is very much important for any retail or marketing related analytics. All right. Then the next thing that I wanted to show is the data flow. So for those of you who's already familiar with Data Factory, in Synapse, we already pre-integrated Data Factory, and we call it that, and provide the same capability as the data flow, and have that as well be part of the whole Synapse ecosystem, and we call it integrate. So with data flow, you'll be able to map out your ETL processes. Let's say in this example, you're reading data from SAP HANA, get the last 5 years of data, do some derivation or additional columns. So be able to get the order year, order month, and so on. And in the other parts, yeah, you also have that similar columns. Then load it separately into two tables. One in Synapse Analytics table number 9, and the other one in Synapse Analytics table number 8. So, and also be able to do some aggregations. So this is more catering for the data integration or ETL developers. Then for the business users who wanted to do or generate some insights and visualize them insights instantaneously, we also pre-integrated Power BI. So you will have your Power BI datasets here on the left side. So you can use these datasets to be able to chart out your dashboards. So in this particular example, you have a website and social analytics, which basically breaks down the key drivers of where the visit analysis is. So this is coming from the visits, and this is basically the campaign name, where it's coming from, and you can break that down even further. So what it means for you or for any business intelligence developer is you'll be able to work hand in hand with the data engineers or data scientists to be able to generate insights, because you only have like a single place to do that. So this is just an example of that Power BI. Then what happens afterwards? So after, let's say, for example, you created your data science notebook from here. So what happens next? So the next is for you to productionize or orchestrate the refresh of your data. And this is where the integrate plays in the role. So you have your pipelines that will then allows you to automatically productionize or operationalize your pipelines or your jobs or your SQL script, whichever you prefer. So let's say we have this particular pipeline called ML product recommendation. So before we created one product recommendations notebook and we wanted to productionize it. So we can use integrate to do the actual productionization. So in this example, you will have an activity that copies data from customer sales latest and then drops it as a file, which is required by this machine learning or this particular Jupyter notebook. Then the notebook will then read the data and basically load that data back to the database, and you can import that and do some, call some stored procedure to be able to remove some self-references later on. So this is just an example of one ETL tool that one ETL pipeline that was developed in this particular demonstration. But you also have other ways to do that. So if you want to copy data from SAP HANA to Data Lake, you can have that. So it's almost exactly the same as what Azure Synapse Azure Data Factory can do. You have that activities on the left side, from Synapse, from movement and transformation of your data, through to calling a data explorer, functions, batch services, etc. Even pre-integrated with machine learning if you have your Azure machine learning instance set up. And on top of that, I also wanted to share how is Synapse related to Purview. So if we just go back quickly to the high-level architecture. So as you notice, we've pre-integrated Synapse with Purview. So what it means is, basically, just to give you a background of what Purview is. Purview allows you to map your data estate within your organization, may it be in the on-premise, in the cloud, or in software as a service, so that you have a single place of where your data is, or basically a mapped out of your data landscape. And what it enables it enables Synapse is it allows you to discover your data sets on the fly, and it's already pre-integrated with Synapse. So how does it look like? So let's say, so I have a separate instance of that's pre-integrated with Purview. So let's say I wanted to search or looked for a customer data. So all I have to do is go to the search bar and then choose Purview rather than Workspace. Then just press enter. So for example, if there's a data set or data that's already mapped out in Purview, you will have those lists. And it also provides you what type of data source it is. It may be in SQL database, in data lake, or something else. And it also shows whether there's a classified information in that particular data set, who's the contact, and any business glossary terms related into that particular data set. Let's take, for example, I wanted to see whether customer is the best data set for me. So I'll click that customer data set, and I'll be able to see where it comes from which server, from which database, which schema, and the actual table name. And I think one important thing is you'll also be able to map out if there's any classified information within this particular data set. So if we go to the properties, you'll be able to also see when did I scan this particular data, as well as the schema. So you have a breakdown of the columns, classified information. So you have column name classified as an email address, a person's name, a phone number, etc., plus some data types as well. Then later on, if there's a lineage or it's being used by Power BI or Data Factory, you will have that lineage as well being shown here. and who's the contact, and if there's any other related data sets available. So once I'm happy that I wanted to move with this data set going forward, all I have to do is just connect to that data set, press the linked service. So we just call it like Azure SQL Database 1, and I'll just need to put my username and password. So once the connection is successful, just need to press create, because this will allow me to create the link between this particular table and Synapse. Afterwards, I can create a new integration dataset, which basically register this into the integration dataset within Synapse. Just so you know, just need to choose the link service that we've created a while ago, then the actual table name, schema and table name, and you're off to go. Then going forward, you can use this for your ETL or any other analysis that you wish to use. So this is just one capability of having Synapse being the center of your analytical ecosystem, and you have your other services like Purview, even machine learning data share, and Power BI to create that seamless integration so that you can move to your analytical or analytics job going forward. All right. Cool. So the next thing that I wanted to show as well is the monitor. So you will have capability as well to monitor your jobs, your pipelines, your triggers, or integration time, even your Apache Spark application. So if you submitted a job a while ago, you will have that list of application names here, as well as the SQL request that you've sent to the SQL dedicated pool, and a breakdown of that particular request. So this is particularly important as well in terms of logging and monitoring what's happening within the system, may it be in dedicated pool, serverless, or Spark cluster. And on top of that, I just want also to show about the manage. So you have your SQL pool, which basically is either a serverless or a dedicated. You will have capability to pause it if you don't need it. So I worked with the clients wherein it's only turned on 8 hours a day, and then after 6 p.m. they just stop it. So that will also give them some cost savings. And if they anticipate that there's an upcoming big jobs, you can easily scale from here and then scale it down afterwards. So if you can scale up or scale down, depending on your requirement. That's for dedicated. For serverless, you don't need to do anything because it's the actual job execution, as well as how many cores required, is handled by Azure. Then you also have Apache Spark pool. So if you want your own Spark cluster, you have the capability to either to scale it up or down. So you have a choice of either a 4-core up to a 64-core, depending on your requirement, plus the number of nodes within a cluster. So from a minimum of 3 to a maximum of like 200 nodes. And if you don't need it, it will just scale down to just like a 3-node cluster. And these are just our linked services to other Azure services or other data services. So from Azure Key Vault, Cosmos DB, even from the likes of Netezza, Power BI, and Data Lake. So if you want to link other services, even the ones available in Amazon, in Azure, Other heaps of databases available as well from Impala, BigQuery, Postgres, SAP, Vertica, and different file systems as well, even HTTP and other protocols, even for REST APIs. So this is a single platform that allows you to perform that. And integration with Purview, this is where I pre-integrated my Purview instance so that you don't need to go separately to Purview to do the discovery. You have a single place to do that discovery from here. And this is just more on the triggers and integration runtime. Triggers if you want to start scheduling a job or providing some scheduling patterns. And integration runtime. So if you're using Azure Data Factory, we usually need to have a self-hosted integration runtime if you have the data source on premise. And you have the security and access control. So if we just go back to the data very quickly, so not all of the users can. You don't want all of the users to have access on all of this. So you have the ability to control what users can access. Even though they can see this, they will not be able to do some data queries, which I think is very, very important in terms of uh, the roles and identity management and security within the organization. And on top of that, it's also integrated within Git. So if you wanted to do some CI/CD or some DevOps later on, you will have that capability here to link to your own Git repository. So yeah, I think that's it for Azure Synapse Analytics. So basically, what it provides you, it just to summarize, it enables you to manage your data with your choice of whether to go through SQL, dedicated SQL pool, serverless, or Spark. You will also have a choice for if you're an ETL developer who's more familiar with SQL, you will have your SQL script. But if you're a data scientist who's more familiar with Python or Scala, you will have that notebook. And for others who wanted to do their ETL using Dataflow, you have that. And for business intelligence developer who wanted to visualize their data set, you will have the Power BI integration as well. Awesome. Any questions? Let me just check if we have some questions.
Oh, sorry, nakimute.
Oh,
Yeah, we'd like to encourage our audience to ask their questions in the chat as well. But I think you'd be back later,
yes.
to in the forum to have that question. So some of them might be reserving their stuff in that. One thing I'm not sure if I just missed it, but one thing I wanted to ask is that how does these features play with, say, if I'm using Power BI or any other Microsoft Data Analytics tool, especially Power BI is gaining in popularity. Yeah, is the I'm pretty sure it's somehow integrated there, pero parang hindi ko nakita yung connection eh. So just wondering about that.
Yes, so in terms of yung Power BI, how it's related to Power BI. So
Mm-hmm.
within Synapse, it allows you to integrate with your existing Power BI instance.
Mm-hmm.
So all you have to do is map to your Power BI here, or actually from the managed, then you have your linked service.
Mm-hmm.
Then from the link service, this is where you start to integrate your Power BI instance.
Oh,
So,
all right. So it's one of the many possible link services, ano?
mhm.
Um, yeah, that you can use. That's great. Um, Yeah, kasi Power BI adoption has been going up even in places that weren't really Microsoft shops, you know, and I think this is one of the great benefits, and being able to integrate it with several services. I heard that it can integrate with Salesforce. It could
Yeah.
integrate with other sources. I suppose SAP rin siguro kaya
Yes.
niya. So yeah.
So I think that's one advantage of having Synapse as part of your analytical ecosystem, because it's
Mm-hmm.
sort of the meeting point for all of those other services.
Mm-hmm.
Kahit hindi Microsoft, or first party or third party services. So if you want to integrate your SAP, your Salesforce, and other applications, or as long as the connector is available here, you are free to do so, which makes it very seamless in terms of
Mm-hmm.
usage of those the data sets underlying those services.
All right, great. There's a question here, pero hindi ako familiar if it's somehow related to this talk. Why is Yeah, from Ronel, why is the new relics not available? I'm not sure kung kasama to sa talk mo. Maybe something that we can answer later. So please
Yep.
stay tuned. Yeah. Yeah, please stay tuned for the forum later. Baka meron tayo ibang speakers who could answer that question more accurately. All right.
No worries.
Yeah. I think that is it. Any parting words for us? Anything you want to promote
I
on
think
your
it's
end?
more on what Synapse main value proposition is, because I
Mm-hmm.
think the Azure data services, we wanted customers and organizations to focus on analyzing data, which is basically what data
Mm-hmm.
and analytics is for, rather than piecing together those small pieces of services. Right? We
Yeah.
don't want our data engineers or our DBAs to integrate and be more like an app dev on creating those APIs, let's say, to piece
Mm-hmm.
together
Mm-hmm.
Salesforce and another database.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what the main value proposition of Azure Synapse is.
All right. Thank you very much. And
Thank
yeah,
you.
I think it's no, it's the greatest point here is that um the easier it is for the more business side of on the people in your company to use these services and pick out the data that they need for their
Yeah.
for to make better business decisions, so
Yeah.
you don't want to burden your product development and your maintenance teams for that and all of that. So yeah,
Yeah.
looks to be a really great tool, and thank
Yeah.
you for thank
I
you
think you
for
made
sharing it with us. Yep.
I think you made a great point that we don't want, our data and analytics professional to be administrators of data. They're more
Mm-hmm.
of like, people who should generate insights to help business make their decision.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, so we look forward to hearing about this more, I guess.
No worries.
And yeah. And thank you so much for sharing your time with us, Emil.
Thank you very much, John.
All right. Okay, so we'll go in a short break. Um, so thank you very much to Emil from Sydney, and we'll be back shortly. Yeah, all right. I'm back on camera. Thank you for getting for letting me in again. All right. Yeah, for our next speaker. So, from Emil in Sydney, babalik naman tayo sa Pilipinas and for our next talk, to talk about introduction to building data pipelines with Azure Data Factory, we will have on board John Paul Ada. And is he on? Good morning, JP.
Hey John.
Hey, good morning. All right, and
Nice
great.
to be here.
Yeah, it's great to have you here again, just like in the previous years. And so I turn it over to you. Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Let me share my screen. Application. Oh no. Has to be. Right. Awesome. So hello everyone. I'm John Polada. You can call me JP. And I'm a Microsoft MVP for AI. And today we'll talk about Azure Data Factory. So this is basically how do you build data pipelines on the Azure cloud. So kanina, uh, Emil talked about Azure Synapse Analytics and the value proposition of it, right? So if you look at it, it's also like literally like a data pipeline as well, which we'll talk about later. So if Data Factory is is a sort of like the predecessor, but still a viable part of the Azure Data Platform for like relating it into Azure Synapse. No? Yun. So let's get right into it. So data pipelines, talk about data pipelines. So ano ba yung data pipelines? So the thing is, one thing that manonotice nyo, like people are going crazy for machine learning. Okay, machine learning AI, everyone's trying to get into the AI race. Pero nakakalimutan nila na walang AI without IA. Like, no, it's so witty. Pero like, nakalimutan nila na paano mo mabibuild yung AI mo, paano mo magagamit yung AI mo kung hindi aabot sa yung data. So yun, so that's the thing, right? So people just think about the specific components, but sometimes di nila iniisip yung yung whole, yung big picture na how does this integrate with this other thing? How do you make the whole thing work? So yun, so it's difficult to work with AI kung wala kang IA, which is architecture, or like the infrastructure which allows you to work with AI in the first place, or machine learning, right? So yun, so data pipelines that allows you to take your data and use it to build your models, for example, or like create get insight from them, like and then transform them on the way. So like the concept of ETL, ELT, right? Those kinds of things. So how do you move your data from one place to another, and then making it useful, making it like look good enough, transform it such that it's being useful pag gamitin mo na siya for your analysis. Yun. So on this end, there are a lot of things that you can use and when you're on-prem. Pero in the cloud, especially in Azure, yung yung cloud-based integration platform natin talaga is Azure Data Factory. Alternatively, you can also use like Azure Synapse Analytics. But there are a bunch of differences on that. Like for example, yung in Synapse you do the clustering yourself, and then that's a good thing. One, because you can depende sa load mo, no? You can adjust, but also you have to monitor it yourself, right? You need to manage it yourself. So that's one thing. So like pros and cons lang, depende kung ano yung okay sa organization nyo. For Azure Data Factory, hindi ganun. So Azure Data Factory is also a bit of low to no code na integration platform. So like Synapse Analytics, you don't need to think about so much coding, too much. If you want to integrate one thing to another, most of it can be done with the built-ins. unless you need to really have custom solutions, which is nakita natin kanina with the notebooks and the Spark clusters. Those kinds of things. So yun yung other things na you need to consider, right? So kung comparison lang. Ayun. So concepts for data factory. Okay. So you need to remember this kasi ito yung mga terms na gagamitin natin. So first, pipelines. Well, basically the data pipeline. So mga different steps na mangyayari para magamit yung data mo at the very end, at the very least. So activities yung mga parts ng pipeline mo. So ano yung mga different na magiging steps ng pipeline mo, yun yung activities, yun yung term for that. Triggers, ito yung magsa-start ng pipeline mo. So there are a bunch of different triggers, talk about that later. Integration runtimes is where the environment will run, kasi you're not just limited to the cloud. So we'll talk about that later. Okay. Yan. So yung pipeline usually looks like this. So may source ka. So saan nagagaling yung data mo? Okay. Where do you get your data? It's gonna be from multiple different sources. Could be almost anywhere. Ang raming supported na built-in sources ni ni Microsoft, also third-party sources like yun nga, yung kanina SAP HANA and other different places. You can get multiple types of data from different places, and then you can transform your data. Okay, so ito yung extract, transform, load, no, but also extract, load. You can do it in whatever order that you want, and then later on you have to put it somewhere para magamit mo siya. Yan, for analysis, right? Yung OLTP versus OLAP. Yun. So, ayun. Let's talk about triggers first. So, may 4 na different triggers. Actually, more, pero ito yung general na, categories. So, first, manual trigger. You can just hit trigger and then it will run the pipeline. Like, whenever you want, right? Just go to the pipeline, punta lang sa pipeline mo, then click it, and then it will start, right? And then, second is schedule trigger. So, if you have batch, for example, if you have batch runs, na like, ulit-ulit siya mag-run like every day or every month, for example, you can schedule a trigger. Okay, like if you want to move your data from somewhere, like massive amounts of data, move from somewhere to somewhere para magamit mo. Ayun, like and it's recording, it's scheduled triggers. Okay, now tumbling window trigger naman is scheduled din siya, pero the difference is like if I specify a particular date, no, and then I specify a previous date from that, magpa-process siya, like given a window of time. For example, if I sabihin kong April. So April, no, sabihin kong April yung target ko. And then sabihin ko na start from January. Tapos sabihin ko yung window is 1 month. So mag-process siya 1 month until parang nag-accumulate yun up until umabot ka kay April. Yun yung tumbling window trigger. Okay? And then event-based triggers is may event na nangyari. Like basically, obviously. So event-based trigger is may dalawang kinds currently for now. Yung first is pag may pumasok sa storage accounts, pag may file store, blob storage ka, like lalagyan mo ng files. Once you can create an event-based trigger such that pag may pumasok na file, it will be picked up tapos it will be processed. Or like it not just one file, like pag mag-insert ka ng files, like multiple of them, ganun. And then alternatively, kung hindi ganun, meron ding merong event-based triggers using event grid. So you can specify ano yung text na i-check mo. What text will you be ano yung trigger mo. So pagpasok kasi ng direct messages kasi, 'di ba? Pagpasok ng event, may payload 'yun, tapos i-check mo yung yung message, right? Tapos that will trigger kasi like it would be weird if lahat ng messages in an event grid mag-trigger dun sa pipeline mo. Doesn't make sense. Yun, so it depends, right? Yun. So next is integration, right? integration runtime is saan nagra-run si data factory. Okay. So yung default natin is obviously as a cloud, right? Nasa cloud. We have the Azure integration runtime or Azure IR. So, ito yung you don't need to set this up. Automatic na to. Parang nag-auto scale na lang to behind the scenes. You don't need to create a cluster for that. So, automatic na to. So, ito yung almost lahat ng steps na available kay Azure Data Factory magagamit mo kay Azure IR. So, ito yung default kasi nasa cloud. Yung next is we have the integration runtime, the self-hosted. Self-hosted is, like some sort of like parang nasa on-prem. So, ito yung gagamitin mo if you want to integrate yung data na wala sa cloud. So, for example, if you have not push your data into a file storage or blob storage or ADLS, like data lake storage. If wala doon yung data nyo, and if it's on-prem and you want to keep it there, tapos gusto nyo lang parang secure connection to a data factory, right? You can do that. So, pwede kang gumawa self-hosted runtime, currently Windows only. So, pwede kang gumawa ng self-hosted integration runtime, tapos maggagawa ka ng parang secure connection with the cloud. So, mangyari is you're pulling data. Pag mag-hit yung pipeline mo, kukunin na yung data from your on-premise data servers. Ayun. So, dun niya kukunin, right? So that yun yung self-hosted IR. Now, meron din tayong finally SSIS IR. Ito naman is if meron gumagamit ka ng SSIS, yung SQL Server Integration Runtime, integration service. So this basically is parang an offline na ADF which integrates with SQL Server. So parang ganun, parang pipeline siya pero on-prem. So yun yung SSIS. Now the thing is if if gusto mong i-move yung SSIS na runtime mo, na pipelines mo, also known as packages, dun kay Azure Data Factory, you can use SSIS IR. Para you can connect also to your local na to your on-prem systems, or also just use kung yung systems nandun sa yung runtime mo sa Azure, pero gagamitin mo is SSIS packages, which is yung pipelines kay SSIS. So, yun yung parang good thing kay Azure Data Factory. It makes it simple for you to move from an on-prem pipeline to the cloud pipeline. Especially if you want to integrate with, aside from using the SSIS na packages na existing, so aside from using your, offline na mga pipeline, pwede ka mag-integrate din. Integrate mo yun with other services na sa cloud. Okay. So ayun, so it makes it really easy for you to migrate into the cloud and use the advantages ng cloud. So yun yung tatlong integration runtime. Then so let's talk about data processing naman. So ito yung 4 na main ways that we can do data processing. So yung pinaka-darling talaga ni ADF or Data Factory is si Copy Data. Usually dun ka nagsa-start. Usually you start there. So if you get data from multiple sources. Tapos mangyayari is if you want a basic transformation supported by Copy Data, we'll take a look at that later. Then ayun, so you can also specify na immediately yung kung saan yung destination ng data mo. And then you can connect these like a pipeline. Yun. Then we have data flows. The data flows naman supports mga basic na transformations then like most of the things that you need if hindi siya overly complex na handle to the data flows. Now, so good thing here is data flows is code free. Yeah. It's no code or at the very least low code, pero I haven't encountered na naging low code siya, more of no code yung data flows. Ayan. So if you want naman something more complex, meron tayong different activities. Itong mga to kasi mga activities to eh. Meron tayong copy data activity, data flows activity. Then we have other activities for custom processing. Like for example, Spark, like nakita natin kanina. We can have notebooks and we can connect maybe like Azure Databricks or Azure Batch. to actually help us process our data, right? So ipa-plug natin siya sa isang notebook in a particular cluster, and then boom, mag-transform and process yung data natin for for more complex ones. Pero like if it's something that's supported by data first, mag-join ka lang naman, yun yung lookup, which is like a lot of the processing that you would actually need, then data flows would be enough. So most of the time, this is enough. And then finally, we have Power Query. This is still in preview. If manonotice nyo, well, tingnan natin mamaya. Yung meron, makapa-open tayo ng Power Query. Kung familiar kayo sa Power BI, Power Query, this would be familiar to you, pero may missing features. And let's see mamaya kung ano yung mga missing na yun. Ayan, so now that we've walked through that, let's actually check it out for real. So I'm gonna go to here. First na gagawin ko is gawa kong resource group. So ngayon nasa Azure portal ako. So I want to create I want to create a resource group. A resource group is basically just a collection of resources. Basically a collection of resources. So I'll pick a subscription, and then sabihin ko Global Azure demo. So yun. Let's set the region to be in Southeast Asia. And then hide this. Create. And then create. And then once that's created, ayun, created na siya. Resource group lang to, mabilis, right? Once that's created, we'll hit dito sa add, and then hit marketplace, and then say data factory. Yan, tada! Yan, and we'll hit create. So yun, it detected na ito yung ginawa natin. And then region, let's pick now Southeast Asia. Parin. Name, Global Azure demo. Let's call it that. V2, okay, hindi pa taken. Nice. Okay, review and create. Oh, wait. Git configuration, we're not going to use Git for now. So, ayun, we'll turn it off. Almost forgot. Ayun, create. And then it will be created. Let's just wait for this for a bit. Ayun, done. Speed. Okay, let's go. So go to resource. And then yung pupuntahan natin dito is author and monitor. So dito natin makikita yung yung Azure Data Factory. So it lives in a different place. Okay. So if you open this, so nandito tayo sa parang different site, pero it's azure.com, pero adf.azure.com. So tada, makikita natin dito yung Azure Data Factory. Yay. Okay. So meron videos dito to start you off. Mga videos to, maniwala lang kayo. Ito obvious, pero itong dalawa hindi, pero videos yan. Okay. So may a bunch of buttons in here that you can create. You can hit so we can start. Pero let's take a look at creating a pipeline from template first, because most likely it's possible na yung gusto mong gawin is naisip na ng iba, so may gumawa na ng pipeline template to that. So you can take a look at this, right? Bulk copy from database to Azure Data Explorer, bulk copy from database, bulk copy from files to database. So mga different things to, like kahit may Google nga dito, and then may Spark to CDM. Tapos what else? Ano nakita ko kanina? Oh, Netezza, bunch of different things, Oracle. So like a lot of different sources, almost lahat ng dito. So most of the things that you would usually need is nandito. Okay, but we will use that. Let's create this from scratch. Okay, So punta tayo pipelines, and then we'll create a pipeline. Or alternatively, you can go back dun sa kanina. Dito pala home. I always forget. Dun lang ako nagli-live dun sa ano na yan. Ayan. So we can hit create pipeline. There we go. Ayan. So welcome to our pipeline. So I want to move this over para medyo may space tayo to work with. So kung titingnan nyo dito, ito yung pipeline natin. Okay. Tapos sa left dito, we have yung activities na pinag-uusapan natin kanina. Activities, again, are specific steps ng pipeline mo. So let's take a look at these activities. So first is we have dalawa, copy data and data flow. Again, yung bread and butter mostly ni ADF. Nakita din natin to kanina dun sa sa Azure Synapse Analytics, copy data and data flows. So this is how you move data around. And especially with the with the case of data flow, it also processes your data, right? And then next is we have Azure Data Explorer to check your data out. And then we have Azure Functions if you want to create functions na after pag-call, after ng movement ng data, matatawagin mo sila. That's one thing that you can do. Batch service is kung meron kang, you can create an Azure batch na na cluster like workloads that's an insane amount of VMs that will be running your jobs. Then alternatively we have Databricks. You can pick one. Like kung nakaskala ka, you can use jar na generate from there already, or Python, and then just your notebook. I'm not sure if supported in .NET Spark. And then USQL for ADLS, and also sa Synapse Analytics din. And then we have a bunch of stuff. Haven't really taken a look at this, but the important part here is execute SSIS pipeline and execute pipeline. Why? Because ito yung if you want to move over yung from on-prem na mga SSIS na on-prem data pipelines mo, you can use this. And then one thing is you can use a pipeline to trigger a pipeline to trigger a pipeline. So those kinds of things, that's something that you can do. Especially this is kasi, well, makikita natin mamaya. Sige. And then webhooks and stuff. Ayun. And then HD Insight. HD Insight is pag mag-Hadoop kayo inside kay Azure. Ito yung parang main na na service for big data ni Azure. So you can connect your data from EDF from there, from HD Insight to EDF. And this is something that you can also do with Synapse Analytics, especially with Polybase. Things like that, right? And the iteration conditionals, I mean it's more fun with data flows, pero the machine learning, you can create your workloads in Azure ML Service and then pull them here. And finally, we have Power Query for transforming your data, creating queries to get data and transform your data. Ayan, so ito yung mga activities natin available kay ADF. Now, let's first try si copy data. Kulit ka. Wait lang, drag natin. Ayun. So, copy data. So, so yung gagawin natin, yung goal natin dito, so I have a data set. I will have a data set. Wala pa. Tapos, i-move ko siya from somewhere to somewhere. Okay. So, first munang gawin natin is saan yung somewhere? Tapos, saan yung somewhere na pupuntahan niya? So, we need to create that. Okay? So, gagawa tayo ng dito sa inside ng, wait, balik tayo dun sa resource group natin. So, I'll open up add marketplace and I will create a storage account. So, storage account is nandun, ito mostly yung yung lalagyan natin ng stuff, like where you put files in apart from HD Insight. Dito mo nilalagay if you want to create a file store or a blob store or a data lake, you can use this. Ito yung gagamitin mo, storage account. And yeah, well, technically storage account also yung data lake nagsusupport ng Nagsusupport din siya ng Hadoop. So, that's also one thing. Account. Yun. Pag naka-hierarchical names use tayo or ADLS. Yun, storage account. Create tayo. So, you can, after mag-create ng account, mag-create tayo ng blob container. Tapos doon natin ilalagay yung mga files natin. Okay? So, create muna natin. So, I need only one storage account. And then, well, for this demo anyway, I can create just one storage account. Tapos nandun both yung input natin, tapos doon natin ilalagay sa another folder for the output. Pero ipaprocess natin sila via ADF, via Azure Data Factory. So, create tayo na EDF. What? Chill ka lang. Storage. Alam ko, okay, yun, tama. ST EDF storage. May ano kasi, like, may zero. Really. May ano kasi, may parang standard sila ngayon for naming. So like abbreviation or ayun. Ito. May recommended way of naming Azure resources. If that's your thing. So like if my storage account ka, that would be ST. That ayan, sa ST pag storage account. Yun. Tapos may convention pa yan na kung saan siya nakalagay and then anong pang ilang storage account siya. So, ayun. Sorry, sidetracked. And then, ayun. Let's open up Southeast Asia. Type na lang natin. APAC, Southeast Asia. Ayun, storage V2. This would not matter for now. IGRS should be fine. Wala tayong ilalagay dito. View and create. So, it mag-create to. Okay, so for now, while this is being created, buta muna tayo kay EDF. Okay, so titingnan natin dito, pwede mo ma-set yung So, may properties tayo sa right. Right. May properties tayo sa right. So, pag i-click ko yung pipe ay yung parang window na to na empty, makikita mo properties ng pipeline itself. So, sabihin natin, diabetes. Ito yung data set na gagamitin kasi natin pipeline. Call it like that. So, whatever you click, dito lalabas yung properties. Depende sa context. If I click this, well, nahiya ko na. Pero nandito sa baba yung sa kanya. Pero it depends, right? Pero pag yung empty space, yung sinelect mo dito, yung properties na lalabas dito. Okay, so copy data. So, it's called this, CSV to storage. Let's call it that. Let's call it na lang CSV to JSON. Saan ba yun? Kasi convert natin to JSON. Wala lang. Baka need mo ng JSON, especially if you're gonna send it to an API, for example. Then call it CSV to JSON. So gagawin natin is from CSV na natin na file, i-convert natin into JSON form. Okay. All without having to code. Right. So, and then next, the important thing that we need to check out is source and sink. So now, the source and sink will be from the same place, which is yung natin, storage account. So, na-create na yung storage account natin, create natin yung source and sink natin. Again, storage account is just, file, like, lagyan ng files. Lagyan ng blobs. So, yun. To make it simple. Okay. So, then we'll create a container. Okay. So, a bunch of different things that you can create. So, container is for, blobs. Container. So, create natin input. We'll call it private anonymous access. This is okay kasi hindi natin to show to the public or whatever. We'll just need to access inside, within. Right. And then we'll create that. And we'll create another one called output. So ito yung input-output folders natin. Then I'll go to input to add our our data. So I can specify downloads and diabetes CSV on, then upload. Good, perfect. Now, I think we're set on this side. So may data na tayo. And then we'll go to Azure, Global Azure demo. And then we'll hit source and sync. Now, pag mag-hit tayo nito, it will create a linked service. So linked service is a service within kay Azure or somewhere else that you will connect to. And then the thing is, if my linked service ka, you can use it in different steps and different pipelines. Okay, so yun yung linked service. In this case, tingnan nyo, walang linked service. So we'll need to create one. So marami tayong options dito, like from different vendors and open source ones. And then, pero ay sasabihin ko na file. Either file system or blob storage. Tapos you can specify the ano yung type na gagamitin mo. So we have ang maraming supported, like may Avro for may mga schema, JSON for like schema list, or same din. So Orcan per KR for for compressed na columnar data formats. And then finally yung target natin, which is yung delimited text to CSV. So it doesn't have to be like a comma separated kasi CSV. Delimited text, you can specify ano yung delimiter. So like you don't need to code anymore. Like magde-delimiter ka lang. Like usually sometimes at work, like like you need to write code for like process lang something na delimited. Like what? Anyway, yun. Delimited text. CS so ganito lang. CSV from container. Confusing kasi sometimes, like when we think container, sometimes inisip mo yung Docker, pero this is a blob container. So ayun, nakikita nyo, create tayo yung new link service. Azure data factory storage, let's call it that. Ito yung sa natin, integration runtime natin, yung auto-resolve integration runtime. Ito yung basically create sa atin ni Azure, which is this is an instance of the Azure integration runtime. Count key, pwede natin gamitin dito. Let's pick manage identity. Let ang pinangalan natin din. Account to link service. So I'll use this one, manage identity. I assume na may meron na dapat ST. Marami ko nang ginawa. No. Yun. So let's test the connection, right? Kung magko-connect siya. Connection failed. Tingnan natin. Are there other ways that we can connect? If wala, then fine. Ito na lang. ST yun. Try nyo pakita sa So test yung connection. Yun, okay. It's weird, pero okay. Ayun. Sometimes you want to make this secure, so you'll use a SaaS URI. Pero for now, let's create. Time pa naman tayo. Okay, so container directory file. Container natin is yung basically yung natin. The thing kasi is with blob storage is just one level of of hierarchy. Unless gumagamit ka ng ADLS, which is like multiple So in this case, we only have one container, which is input, and the file is diabetes CSV. Pero So we'll specify first row as header. Then connection store. Yeah. That looks fine. Yun. So, dito na yung ano natin, yung dataset natin. Okay. Matagal to. Let's not do that. Preview data. Okay. File path in data set. So, we can specify a prefix kung ano yung target natin actually. Wildcard file path. Yung gusto ko is .csv. Ayun. And then, recursive na pag-check. But, there's nothing to skip line count, additional columns. There's no need for that. In here, you can add additional columns if you want. And then sync is kung saan natin ilalagay. So, ito wala tayong masyadong magic na gagawin. Mali, hindi dito. You need a new one. Ito naman yung yung destination natin. So, we wanted to convert from CSV to JSON, right? So, ko-convert natin siya ngayon to JSON. Ito yung, natin, to JSON. Linked service. Okay, same linked service, pero different yung, different na container. So, yung container natin sa output. Container is just basically the folder, right? The parang top level siya na folder. If you think about it. Okay. Then, okay. Ano to? So you can specify your copy behavior. So you can flatten the hierarchy, merge files if you want. So parang ganun. So but we don't need that for now. Then you can specify the file pattern. But for now, no, none of that. This should be fine as well. I think this looks okay. Yan. So then mapping, ito yung sasabi ko kanina. You can map, like given, especially if na-preview yung source mo, para alam mo yung ano yung itsura. You can map ano yung type to a particular type. So I can say na yung I want age to be in 16. So that's an example. Okay. The name is still age. Okay. And then type is yun na. Include. Okay. So dinagdag lang natin dito like converting yung age natin. Pero like you can basically like map anything to anything basta like especially if you want to correct the schemas dito pa lang, right? So now we're here. We've created like ito, like yung simple na natin copy data. So what else is here na interesting? So one thing that is interesting is you can click this one. So you can see this, right? Ito yung connector mo kung saan siya magsasucceed. For example, if this succeeds, gusto ko na, for example, I can execute an existing pipeline. So I can drag this. Okay, ayun. So I can specify a pipeline, like ngayon walang ibang pipeline. Ito lang yung pipeline. So if meron sana tayong other pipeline, you can select this. Tapos once this succeeds, we can say na we can connect this here. Tapos once this succeeds, magra-run siya ng pipeline. So what if it fails? Ano yung mangyayari? So we can click this. Tapos we can specify ano yung mangyayari. Like if mag-fail siya, if ma-complete. Complete would be like success or failure, it doesn't matter. Basta natapos. Okay. It ended. Okay, so pag mag-completion tayo, you can specify ano yung mangyayari pag mag-completion tayo. In this case, I want to specify na ano mangyayari pag mag-fail. So you can specify something like a webhook or an Azure function na magsasend sa akin ng like notification, for example, na nag-fail yung pipeline. Okay. So like I can have this Azure function send a notification or send an email na nag-fail yung copy CSV to JSON ko. Ayun. So this is one thing that you can do. In this case, we don't need that for now. And then lastly, we have the triggers. So dito makikita nyo, ano yun? Wala. Okay. Add trigger. So, meron tayong trigger now or create a new one. So, pag mag-create tayo ng new one, makapag-specify tayo ng schedule, ng tumbling window, tapos yung event-based. So, tingnan lang muna natin. So, choose trigger, create new. Kasi may ganito kasi yung triggers can be shared across pipelines. So, if you have multiple pipelines, right, tapos gusto mo sila mag-run in a particular time, like lahat sila, pero different pipelines sila, you can create a single trigger tapos shared sila across yung different na pipelines mo. Okay. So you can pick schedule, tumbling window, storage, events, custom events. Custom events, ito yung sinasabi kong may event grid. Okay. So yun. So that's one thing. Alternatively, yung gagawin natin ngayon is add trigger tapos trigger now. Pero before that, ipapublish muna natin yung pipeline natin. Ideally, before ka publish, hit mo yung validate, pero this is already part of the process na. Mag-error siya pag hindi siya valid. Pero sometimes you would just want to hit validate all and see if may mali ka while you're still doing it. Anyway, it's still publishing. Right? Ayan, publish na. Publishing completed. So, pwede natin gawin is add trigger, then trigger now. Then we hit this, ganun. Boom. So, trigger. So, titingnan natin yung progress niya. So, saan natin makikita yung progress natin? Tingnan natin sa manage. Nope, that pala. Dito sa sa monitor. Dapat inano ko 'to eh. Ayun. So, monitor manage. So, makita natin dito yung data pipeline natin. Nag-succeed siya way too fast. So, we can click this as makita natin more of the details. Okay. So, makikita mo dito, if you hover dito, makikita mo parang may eyeglasses dito na ito yung details ng pipeline run natin. So, yun. So, makikita nyo dito yung nangyari. So, from here, succeeded yung copy to here. Tapos, yung the different details. And nandun, okay. So, yun. I use how much, basically, how much are you getting, ilan yung babayaran mo. Ayun. So, nag-succeed siya. Nakita natin dito yung details. It's really pretty helpful. Ayun. So, kung babalikan natin dito, I mean, like, it's already okay, right? So this is our first, So this is our built-in copy data. Now, I want to try naman na i-transform to, aside from, just the stuff na mag-add ng column or like mag-change ng schema. What do I do if ganun? So I want to delete this. Delete ko muna to. Anyway, it's easy enough to create, right? Sorry. Wait, give me a sec. Throat's parched. Right. Ayan. So, another thing that, again, pinag-usapan natin kanina is yung data flow. This data flow is exciting for me kasi I'd want to si data flow is, it's a different place. So data flow is, it actually lives in a different place, pero ano lang natin siya dito. Parang nire-reference lang natin siya dito. So we can see dito na makapag-select tayo ng data flow. Pero wala siya dito. Saan siya? Well, nandito sa data flows. Nasa left. Ayan, data flows. So if we want to create one, just plug it in here, we can hit data flow. What? Ayun, okay na. That's the first. Okay. So gawin natin to process CSV. So yung gagawin natin now naman is alternative na instead na parang copy lang tapos like change schema or what or add column. Alternatively, we can do something like process the data from start to end. May source and sink din to, which is actually makikita nyo pag makikita nyo sa itsura ng parang module dito. So if you click this, nagtutur tayo kasi first time natin mag-create stuff. Yan. So makita niyo dito, hindi lang isa yung source natin. We can have multiple sources. Tapos pag mineran natin to dun sa pipeline natin, from multiple sources talaga yung start niya. Okay. And then, wait, I'm missing something. Malalaman mong source siya kasi may thick line dito, like parang sa music scale, right? Meron kang may nag-specify ito yung start ng ano mo. Yun. So ito yung nag-specify nun. Output stream name. Then mamaya na to. So we have a bunch of things in here. Projection is basically just, the same thing as yung kanina. Source options. Oh, it's wala pa kasi di pa tayo nag-specify. Stream name, leave it as stream 1. Dataset, CSV from container. Allow schema drift. Now ito yung nagmo-monitor to kung nagbabago yung columns mo. We don't need that kasi it's always like this, but this might be helpful if like hindi completely structured yung data mo. And skip line count kung ilan yung gusto mong i-skip, and you can have sampling, like specify ilan yung need mo. Okay. So yun. In this case, we're still good. Okay pa tayo. Source options. We're fine with that. Okay pa yan. One thing that we didn't check, we didn't check yung yung output. So it's open output actually. So kung titingnan natin nandito yung JSON na siya, hindi na siya CSV. So kung pupunta natin balik yung yung input natin, kung bubuksan natin to, if we can. I don't think we can. Yeah, figured. Pero sige. It's fine. May offline copy ako. So kung i-open natin to, ito yung itsura ng CSV natin. Well, comma, pero like preview ganito. So ito yung data natin. It's in CSV format. Pero try natin i-download yung na-generate na output. So it should be in JSON format na. Yung JSON lang yung choice natin kasi hindi natin siya makikita kung naka-org siya or Parquet. Ayun, so we'll download this, tapos it's open now. Let's open this dito sa natin sa File Explorer. Come on, man. So we can see na JSON na siya. Shouldn't have used the yun. Pero yeah, naging JSON na siya. Nitara na lang yung age kasi yun yung in-specify natin dun sa the source. Now, gagamitin naman natin is, so we'll delete this, pati yung blob snapshots. Kasi, gagawa tayong, magta-transform ulit tayo. Okay, so yun. So, input, sabihin natin, .csv. Tapos, so there's nothing there anymore. Okay, projection. So, makikita nyo dito yung parang ganun din. Pero won't touch except for this one. Gagawin ko itong integer. So, convert ko to integer. Okay. Optimize. Yeah, I think this is fine. There's nothing to partition for. Oh, matik na. Okay. Yan. Medyo naghahalo-halo dito yung Pero okay, I think this is good. It's okay. And then next is gagawa tayong sabihin na natin, tawagan na natin tong input CSV. So next is how do you ay bawal, tama. So gagawa tayong add tayong another one. So in this case naman like that's it. Don't have a space. It's too much okay, fine. Yan. So open natin to. Click natin tong plus dito. Now makikita natin yung mga possible na pwedeng gawin. So you can join conditional split ng data natin. check if it exists, union, the combined data, tapos look up, like, it's actually really helpful yung look up, like, meron kang like bigger na databases, may pumapasok na something, tapos ko-combine mo sila para like, mas usable yung data mo pagdating dun sa analysis. Now, and then we have the other stuff in here, like you can create a column from a column. Tapos dito na ipapasok yung mga parts na sometimes hindi. Usually kasi ito yung ginagamit mo, pero pagdating dito magko-code ka na. Pero it's not that bad, right? Hindi siya like yung like this is more of declarative instead of imperative na code. Yun, so flatten, parse, or data filter, sort, and then or specify destination. So ito yung mga possible na natin. So last na natin to. For now, gawa tayong may add column tayo. Wala ba? Di ko maalala. Ay, na, yun yung derive column. Derive column. Ayun. So, create tayo ng so, gamitin natin si oh wow. I think I need to open expression builder for this. Is old. Gawa tayong column na is old. So like this is too much, right? Pero like feature engineering, this is something that you can like do, like convert parang convert data na continuous, convert mo siya into contiguous like categorical data. So this is one thing that you can do. I'd open expression builder for this para mas madali. So kasi di ko memorize yung syntax. Pero okay. Gagawin natin, search natin yung age. Then column name. Tawagan natin is old. Then is old. Expression natin is ito lang space. Wait lang, sorry guys. Age. Okay. If and then ano yan? Ito ba yan? IIF. Okay. Looks okay. Wala. Yan. Okay. Wala. Yun talaga. IIF. Yung condition natin is age. We'll specify yung column natin. Sabihin natin greater than or equal to 50. Life starts or ends at 50. I don't know. And then age greater or equal to 50 will call the true function. Function siya. Weirdly enough. Okay. Yan. So if age greater than equal to 50, yung is old natin will become a boolean na true, then else it will be boolean na false. So ayun. So we'll save this. So kung titingnan natin dito, save and finish, may bagong column na tayo na yun yung value. So if we review, need to turn on yung debug mode. Matagal yan. Wag na. Yun. So I think this is okay. Coming from input CSV. Okay. So nagko-convert tayo. So is old. So sabihin natin dito, it is old. Hindi talaga, no? Create is old. Fine. Yan na lang. And then create natin yung sync natin. So that's at the very end. Yeah. So again, makikita nyo, ito na yung yung marking ng end. So ito yung like final resting place niya. Rip. Tapos ayun. Output JSON. Tawagan ng output JSON, and the stream is coming from create is old, which yung na-transform, hindi na-transform, nagdagdag tayo ng column. No, so yung dataset natin ng natin is yung to JSON, which is yung output folder natin. Okay, allows no, we don't need that for now. We're just transforming anyway. So we can clear the folder before we actually start, pero that's fine. And you can also, like, this is really like, super helpful, right? Like, you can create the file name depending on like a bunch of different things. Like I've experienced stuff like you need to like kailangan mo pa mag-code para like mag-iba yung resulting na output dito. Like this is usually the things you would already use, tapos parang ang okay na niya, gagamitin mo na lang. It's really really nice. Output inspect data preview. I think wala tayong magagawa dito sa data preview kasi dito na debug mode, matagal yun. So we can publish this. Oh no, yun. It's required. Yeah, obviously. May issue siya kay ano. Okay, so allow data drift. Or ano natin yung dataset. I think that's fine. Validate again. Data flow, yes, obviously. Punta tayo doon kay, since nagawa na natin yung data flow natin, kakabit na natin yung data flow natin dito sa pipeline natin. So kung mag-scroll tayo dito, makikita natin yung process CSV. So compute type, specify. Dito mo mas-specify yung how much you need for your processing. In this case, like, it doesn't matter for now. Just, it's just one file. So laging level, verbose would be nice para like, pag magka-problema ka, especially kung prod, makikita mo kung anong nangyari. Sync properties. Continue, run parallel. Like, ano yung paparallel natin? Isa lang yan. Okay. So there's, wala masyadong problema dito. Dito, if may kailangan kang ipasok dun sa data flow mo. Parameters. This is also a pretty parang nice feature na pwede ka mag-edit ng pipeline. Excuse me. Mag-modify ng pipeline depende sa pinasak mong parameters. Ayun. Okay. So let's publish all. Publish. Right. So that's okay na. So we'll run this with the add trigger. So trigger now. And check natin ulit yung monitor. Didn't get more water. So let's open this up. Makikita natin yung stages. In this case, we only have one. Tapos makikita natin actually yung kung running pa siya or nag-succeed or nag-fail dito sa sa icon na to. It's still blue. It will change if ever. So we can, for now, tingnan muna natin dito yung data flow natin. So makita natin yung status dito sa upper right. Acquiring compute. Nag-acquire pa siya ng compute. So automatic siya dun sa na-specify natin. Specify tayo ng like for cores, right? For general compute. So in-acquire niya yun. Then after that, mag-start siya mag-transform. And still running. Tingnan natin. So let's just wait for it to finish first. Refresh. Tingnan natin. Medyo matagal yung pag-acquire ng compute. Oh no, we don't have time. So while that's running, okay. Well, that's running. Check muna natin yung one last thing that we check, okay. Hindi naman ma-apektan itong run na to. So let's open a Power Query, then drag natin to. Okay. So dito naman natin makikita yung ano natin, how do we transform using Power Query? Excuse me. So, makikita natin dito, may mag-open dito na Power Query na window. Kung familiar kayo, it's already like, great. So, yeah, so not all Power Query M functions are support for data wrangling. Medyo like it takes time din pala or bagal lang yung net ko. Yun, okay. Lang. Oh, what is happening? But anyway, ayun na. Like we have, ayun, move na siya. So, like, the Power Query, like you can do the stuff that you can do in Power Query in here. May mga stuff lang na missing, like for example, kung titingnan mo yung like distribution niya, usually nakikita mo yung dito sa view. Currently, wala. Oh, medyo slow. Ayan. Pero like you can create na like stuff in here, like create a custom column, create a conditional column. Like we can create an age is old. Tapos like just plug the formula in here, like if yung age ulit. The same thing, right? So basically the same thing that you can do with Power Query, you can do here. And then after that, you can just publish and then parang part na siya ng pipeline for the transformation. When nag-fail yung diabetes pipeline natin, why?
The data, the demo gods,
Frowned
kulang ang
upon.
alay sa demo gods. Anyway, we're running out of time a bit, JP.
Yeah, I got it.
So and parang feeling ko na mapagod ka na, so naawa na ako sa'yo.
Sorry na nagkulang akong water.
That's absolutely fine. But this is really all interesting. But in the interest of time, we need to
Yeah.
I guess wrap it up.
Yep. So that's basically the end of it. So that's the last thing that I wanted to talk about in Power Query. So if you have any questions, just ask away or just wait for the forum at the very end. And thank you for listening.
Yeah. So thank you very much, JP. Those questions will probably be coming in, but we will have those after in the panel after our next discussion. So thank you very much, JP. We enjoyed that talk. It's very informative. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
All right. Yep. Please claim your learner badge and learner badgers. Scan the QR code and you would get this stuff. Okay. Marilag, I think we have another talk, pero our speaker is not available to be with us live.
Yes, unfortunately, it's because of the internet outage in their area at the moment. But Brian has been very nice to record his session for today. So I'm just going to play that. It's a very, very interesting session about deploying and testing your applications in Azure. And our speaker is Brian Anthony Garcia, and he is one of the MVPs for developer technologies in the Philippines. So I'm just going to go ahead and play his video. Hope you enjoy it.
Hey, good day. I'm Brian Anthony Garcia, I'm a Microsoft MVP for Developer Technologies, and I'm also a country director for SAM Consulting. Thank you for joining us here in Global Azure 2021. I'm here to talk to you about the Azure services that makes deploying and testing a lot easier and a lot better for you and for your team. Doesn't matter which language or framework you use, definitely Azure supports it. So I'm not sure if you've heard of this before, but there's a saying within the Microsoft community, friends don't let friends right click publish. So this is a very common practice of publishing your website from Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code up to Azure. Again, this is a really easy way of deploying your code changes into production because not only it is quick, it is really, really easy. But unfortunately, it's not really a sustainable option when you're deploying your code changes continuously because in the long run, it would cause more trouble if you continue doing it. So there's definitely a lot easier way, or a better way, and an automated way to do this. It's called the streamlined release. Well, this is not just a single solution. You can always do or create one yourself. But this is one of the kind of like a default or main most frequently used streamline release process, I'd say. So again, before we talk about the actual services you can use in deploying and testing your application, let me give you a bit of a context on how these things work. So in a streamline release, this is how it would look like in a DevOps way. So you have your developers who of course writes the code. You have the developer team, and you have the ops team or the operations team, which works on the infrastructure. Maybe it may be cloud or on premise. Also, might be working on the deployment process, things like that. But mainly, these two guys are responsible on developing or building your application. And when these guys collaborate, they generate your code, your source code, and not only that, the infrastructure code, and they put it up into the source control. So this source control basically holds the updated source code and all of the all the things that we need for the application, infrastructure, the code itself, anything related to your app. And so this is where the integration happens because whenever you push something in your source control, you get to the point wherein you need a build or a build pipeline, and this is the uh, where the things, or rather, where it makes sure that your source code or your updated code is still working as expected, that it still would work. There are no errors, etc. So within the build pipeline, you have the build itself, which runs the build, of course, makes sure that there are no errors, and make sure that it's not just working on your machine, it's working everywhere. And of course, to run the test. So you might have some functional tests that you created, maybe unit tests, etc. It will run the tests. So this is the whole build pipeline, and the output of this is the build artifact, and something else maybe, but mainly the build artifact. And this build artifact will be used within the release pipeline. So the release pipeline would do a couple of stuff. First of all, it would create or update your infrastructure if you have some infrastructure changes, and then your build infrastructure, or sorry, your build artifact will be deployed into the infrastructure that you've created or that we created just now. And then we can again run the tests that we need to run, maybe functional tests, unit tests, or maybe you have a team of QAs that can do the testing manually just to make sure that everything runs as expected whenever humans use it. And then if all goes well, they can now sign it off and it can now be moved to production. Now, once it is in production, our users or your application's users can now, of course, use the app. And in case there are more issues, if they found out some bugs, if they ask for more features, your product management team will hear it and then they will, of course, decide if there are things that needs to be done, needs to be fixed, and they of course will tell you the developers and the ops team about it. And this is basically the cycle. The DevOps team will of course work on the whatever the product management team will ask them to work on, and then they'll push it, and then they'll continue the cycle. So this is the streamlined release. Now, you might be wondering, where is the continuous delivery? Where is the continuous deployment here? So the continuous delivery mainly happens on the build and test, or mainly the build pipeline. So this should now be automated. Now, whenever we push something on the source control, whenever we whenever it's updated, the build pipeline will automatically run just to make sure that everything's still working as expected. But with continuous delivery, the release pipeline is still on demand or done manually, meaning the creation of the infrastructure, the deployment, the testing, and pushing it into production is still done manually. Now, the difference with the continuous deployment is that not only does the build pipeline uh, or not only is the build pipeline automated, but also the release pipeline. So this is all done now automatically, but of course you can still set up some triggers that make sure that before pushing it into production, maybe it needs to be signed off by a QA or maybe by the client, and that's the only time it will continue the automatic deployment to production. So it's kind of like a pick your poison setup. So again, there is no one size fits all when it comes to CI/CD process. It's it's just that you will decide which task or steps you need within your project, or you actually need for your project. So why CI/CD? If that's not enough, if the earlier slide is not enough, um, basically it it allows you to produce higher quality applications. Why? Obviously, when you look at it, everything's streamlined, everything's automated, and within that automation, it makes sure that your code doesn't have any issues. It makes sure that the code has been tested. Not only that, the app has been tested as well. So it allows you to first focus on the development of your application, and second, it allows you to you know to see if there are any issues on your code and your application automatically. Apart from that, it also allows you to be agile, be more agile, because again, instead of doing things manually, instead of deploying these things manually, or your applications manually, running the tests manually, and all the things that I mentioned earlier on that pipeline, or rather on the process, you can now make it, or you can now automate all of it. So what does that mean? Basically, you're now going to be able to work solely on developing your application, and that obviously makes faster delivery. Now, lower costs. So first of all, I think lowering the cost is not only just for just saying that since this is now all automated, we don't need to get people to work on this or to manually run these things. Well, you might still need human intervention for the CI/CD, but the reason why I mentioned lower costs is that one of the main issues why the company spends more money on an application is that you find more bugs along the way because the application was not properly tested. And worse, it might be found by an actual user, and you might need to, uh, it might even get to the point wherein you need to pay your users because you failed something miserably, or a bug really cost you a lot of money. So it lowers your costs when it comes to dealing with these issues, but at the same time, yeah, you're automating the stuff as well, so you don't have to spend more time and money on working on that. And then lastly, you have flexibility. As mentioned earlier, the CI/CD is not a one size fits all. It you can always create your own CI/CD process. You can remove the steps if you want to. If, when I showed the earlier streamline process, and you can add more if you want to. So it depends on how you set up your project. It will always be flexible. So now you might see the problem when you right click publish. Again, it's not really something that might be for everyone. I only think of a few scenarios where you would use the right click publish. First of all, whenever you demo something, whenever you just want to deploy your website that you just made within that session into the Azure web app, or if you are deploying something that is just a static or mainly just for fun, you know, not it's not going to cost you money, something like that. So even though right click publish is easy to use and quick, it's not something that I would recommend for enterprise applications, not at all. So you only have these options now. You have App Center. So App Center allows you to deploy and test your applications. By the way, mobile applications, and also monitor and diagnose these apps. You also have Azure DevOps, which is a how do I say this? Basically, this is a it's all-in-one tool, or an all-in-one DevOps tool, or service, which allows you to not only build, test, and deploy your application, it also allows you to monitor the items within your project, monitor the information that you need on a just a quick look at a dashboard, something like that. I'll show it to you later. And yeah, it's basically kind of like the ultimate DevOps tool, I would say. Later on, I'll show you, and I would say this is mainly used by a lot of enterprise companies that I've worked on before. So that's a really great tool that you can use. And we have the GitHub Actions, which allows you to run workflows based on a trigger. I will show it to you later, along with the last um, service that Azure offers. That I would say one of the best things that they've made for someone who's just starting with DevOps. It's called the Azure DevOps Starter. I'm gonna demo it along with the GitHub Actions. So I think so we can start. In order for us to start with the demo, I'll jump on and onto the browser and demo to you the App Center. So just where is it? Yep, this one. So this is App Center for you. So you can go to the appcenter.ms, and you will be navigated to this page. Unless you have yet to log in or register, you'll be navigated somewhere else. But App Center basically shows you right here at the left side the list of the organizations that you are included into, and of course your own organization. And within the organization, we have apps. So apps are, mainly the applications that we're developing. And right now, I have 4 applications within my organization. I can always add a new app. So the apps are specific within an OS. So if you have like an Android and an iOS app for a single application, like of course you have like an iOS version of it and Android version of it, you have to create separate for each of them. Let's say we want to add a new app. Let's click add new app. You can provide the name like test app, then staging Android, and then we can choose a release type. We can say that it is a production release, or maybe provide a custom release type. Again, this is just to provide an idea on what basically what this application is for. So this basically for staging. Now on the OS, you will see that it's not just offering uh, an OS or an iOS or Android. It also has Windows, Mac OS, tvOS, and even a custom one. And at the bottom, you will see that you have different platforms that you can actually use within App Center. You can use the native Objective-C script for iOS, maybe React Native, or maybe Xamarin. Now, if I click Android, you can now choose Java or Kotlin. So I can just press add a new app, but I'm not gonna do it now because we don't have that much time. So I'm just gonna open up an existing app, and let's go with the maybe test app staging iOS. So on the overview, this is how it would look like when you create your first or your initial project or application. You will see here that you have this getting started page, which shows you how you can set up the diagnostics and analytics for your application. Now, this diagnostics and analytics can be seen here at the left part of the App Center, which basically shows you. Just open this for example, if you have issues on your application, this is what you would see: the crashes, the errors. And the good thing about it is that it shows you the actual or the line exact line of code that is causing the issue. And for the analytics, you also have it here. It shows you the number of active users that are using your application, the devices that are being used. Since this is iOS, you will see iOS devices here, the daily sessions per user, and etc. So it's a good thing that we have these details by just adding these lines of code. Make sure that of course you add and you get package. Now let's go to the most important part of it, which is building the application. Now, in building the application, you must first be connected to a repository. Now, I'm connected to the App Center demo repository, which I've created 2 years ago. And now, once you connected it into a repository, you will find out that you can connect to branches. So for each branch, you can set up a build. Since I only have a master branch, I've already set it up here. So by clicking the wrench icon, I can set up the configuration here on which project should I build. Maybe CS Proj for iOS, or the whole solution. Which configuration do I want? Maybe debug or release, the SDK version. So you can always choose which SDK version you want to use. Maybe it will only run on the on a specific Xamarin iOS version, or of course, the suggested would be running it on the latest stable. So apart from that, you can also set the Xcode version. You can set up pre-build and post-build scripts, which is very nice. You also have this build type, which basically allows you to say that, okay, I only want this to be run on simulators or maybe an actual device. Now if I click device build, it would request for me to add this the provisioning profile and the certificates uh, for iOS. I also need to provide the password for it. And that is important because, running a build or running an IPA or APK file would require you to have key stores and these provisioning profiles and certificates. So it's fair. And then another one is the build frequency. Now, this build frequency is basically the continuous integration. Now, if I want it to automatically run this whole build to run whenever I push something on my branch, I can just leave it like this. But if I want this to run only whenever I trigger it, I can always choose this other option. You can also set up environment variables for this specific app, or maybe not. And you can also turn on the test on real devices. So the great thing about this feature is that if you have an automated UI test scripts that you've made for your application, the within the app center, they have this set of actual devices somewhere around the world, and they will run the unit test on multiple devices, on these actual devices, and they will provide you the screen per screen, or how it would look like per screen for each of these devices, to see if there are any issues on the UI, if the on this specific device it didn't really perform as expected. So you can do this by turning it on. Though it is paid, but you have like a free trial for like, I don't know, 60 minutes, something like that. I'm just gonna turn it off for now. And you can distribute your build maybe directly to the store if you want to deploy it to the store into the production, or maybe to groups. So this group basically will receive an email with the link to the IPA file or the APK file. You also have an App Center application which you can download, and you can directly download these builds using that app, and you can now install the application into your device. So that's the great thing about the App Center. It allows you to do these things for you, instead of doing it all these things manually. Especially the most important part for me is the distribution of the builds, because this is really difficult, especially if you want your users, or rather alpha testers, to test your applications ASAP. So by just providing their emails, you can now send them bills wherever they are. So you have this master branch, for example. I've ran the build. You can see the build output here. So of course, it ran the expected uh, tasks, like retrieving the source code, running the NuGet package restore, and building the application, and then deploying, or rather publishing the build, what you call this, the build artifact into, and makes it downloadable. So an example of this would be like, oh, it's not good. Okay, so yeah, maybe I can now show it right now, but with the help of App Center, you can now install your applications on actual devices by just running it uh, on this on the App Center, and it's a really great tool, I would say. We use this every time. So The other thing that I want to demo is Azure DevOps, which is a again a list of service or a set of service that allows you to set up set up the DevOps within your project. So we go back here. So this is the Azure DevOps. So you can go to dev.azure.com, and that navigates you to the Azure DevOps. This is my sample DevOps, or rather sample project on the Azure DevOps. You can see here like the details on what has been done on this project for the last 7 days. I have not touched this for a while. And we have the list of members here. So we have two members, my account, and I think this is David Beckham. So this is a football hub. Basically, this application or this is a website for football players, or rather, someone who wants to play or loves to play football, and yeah, basically a hub for them. Um, with Azure DevOps, you have like your dashboard here, which allows you to see the or it gives you a quick information regarding the project. If there are works assigned to you as a member, or maybe some other details within the within this app, within this project. So with the help of dashboard, it gives you the information that the members, the users, or the developers needs to see, um, without taking a look at the other pages, or rather, yeah, the other parts of the Azure DevOps. You can also have, or you also have this boards or Azure boards, which shows you the work items that has been created for this project. Maybe something that you're currently working on, or you will be working on, and of course of course even the ones that are not assigned to you. You can also see the board for the current sprint on the current items that you guys are working on at the moment. You can move it into in progress if you want to the done column, and etc. So it's a good thing to have. It's kind of like a normal Kanban board, um, and it has just it has so much features. And again, I've used this a lot of times on my previous projects and even in current ones, and it's really a lifesaver for us. You also have the Azure repos, which allows you to, you know, store your repository here in Azure DevOps. So as you can see, I have my repository here. I have the master branch. I have other branches here, and I can easily see the last time I committed something on this project, and the history as well. You can also clone it on my machine and do some other stuff. So everything that you can do on like GitHub, on GitLab, you can also do this or do it on the Azure repos. And of course, the pipelines. So the pipelines, you have a build pipeline here, which I've set up for a long time ago, and I have ran it a couple of times as well. So this is an example of it. So this is an example of a build run. So I can see that my latest build runs here. Now if I open one, I can see the details that I need to see here, and I can see the specific tasks that were run on this specific build. So again, I checked out the code. I restored or the build restored the NuGet packages, run the build, make sure that everything's working as expected, or there are no errors, and then deploy the changes into the test. What you call this? A test web app, just for your internal testers to test it before pushing it into the staging or production. And of course, it publishes the artifact, and this artifact will be used later on. I will show it to you later, but I'll just go back, and then I'm going to show you or how this pipeline looks like. So you can actually create the pipeline two ways within the Azure DevOps. You can do it through through this classic view where you can just drag and drop or drag and drop the tasks or the steps. You can actually add more if you want to, or you can write a YAML file and set up the builds with that. And that I think that's where Microsoft is leaning right now. This is kind of like something that you can still use. This classic editor, you can still use this, but I'm not sure if they're still improving it. But anyway, right here is obviously it's obvious what this does. You basically have the tasks that runs sequentially. You have the use the NuGet specific NuGet version, the NuGet restore, the build. It can also disable some or disable a step or a task, and then deploy changes into an Azure App Service, and then publish the artifact or the build artifact. And you will see here that the trigger or this build runs whenever something is pushed within this specific branch on the master branch. And I can include more if I want to, or more branch if I want to. But basically, whenever you push something on the master branch, this build will be triggered and it will run all these tasks. So again, with this, we're now able to, to build our solution, our application, and it publishes the code changes into the test web application or test app service. But we still have to deal with the release pipeline, and the release pipeline is dealt with the with this release option, or rather feature right here. So now if I click the release button, I will see that I have a couple or I have multiple releases that I have done before. So each release will be created, or a release will be created whenever a build has been done. A build done, or rather, a build run has been was successful. And for example, this latest release right here was created because there was a successful build run. Now, if I click on this specific release, I can see that I have stages here. And these stages will receive the release, or rather, the build artifact that came from that specific build. Now, if let's say if the internal testers were happy with the code changes, or rather with the app changes, we can now continue on this release pipeline and then say that, okay, let's push it into staging. And then this stage right here, what this does is that it deploys the changes into the staging environment or the staging web app. And you can actually edit this if you want to, not the release, edit the pipeline, and you will see that what it does is, again, it gets the build artifact coming from that build automated build that runs whenever we push something into the master. And then we also have this staging stage. What it does, it pushes or it deploys the build artifact into the staging environment. And it can be or what it does is or rather what it needs is for it to be approved by this specific user, by David Beckham. Now, if David Beckham is happy with the changes, it will now proceed to the production stage, and this will deploy the changes into the production. This is again what we want because we're now happy with the changes. So this is basically how the release pipeline is working. Again, it's not the same as the streamlined release process that I've shown you earlier. Again, it depends on what you need, and this is what I need. So I was able to, to automatically build my the code changes, or rather the updated source code, and then test the application. and then push it into the staging and production with the approval of the specific users that are assigned to it. So that is basically the Azure DevOps for you. It is again the ultimate DevOps tool or service that Azure provides to teams, and even just if you're just a single developer. So that is Azure DevOps for you. Now, lastly, we have the Azure DevOps Starter and the GitHub Actions. Now, this one is this kind of new. The Azure DevOps Starter is kind of new, and GitHub Actions is kind of new to me. So, the Azure DevOps Starter is found within the portal azure.com. So you can create one by searching for it here, DevOps Starter, or maybe by just clicking it here since I already have it. And I can see if I have created the DevOps Starter before, and I have. And this is what I'm going to show you. But I'm also going to show you how to create one. So by clicking Add, we'll be able to create a new DevOps Starter. So first of all, I am already connected to GitHub, but I can always change it to Azure DevOps. So depending on where you want your repository to live, you can always select which one or between the two, and then you can choose which platform you want to use it, or rather framework you want to develop or to build. You have the .NET framework here, you have Node.js, you have PHP, Python, even static website, and even Golang. So let's stick with .NET for now. Continue, and then I want to go with ASP.NET Core, and then I can select which Azure service do I want to deploy this uh, uh, application into. I think right now they only support the web development and some other like functions, things like that. That I think that's the only frameworks, or rather that's the only platform they support. Yeah, but I'm gonna stick with the Windows web app. I can just click create, and it requires me again to authorize. This happens a lot of times, by the way. So I think there's something that they need to fix. I'm not sure, but uh, yeah. So now it's done. I'm connected to my organization or my GitHub organization. Now I can provide a repository. So just to give you or just note that this repository is a brand new repository. They do not allow you to use an existing repository, because basically with Azure DevOps Starter, they do not create, or they create not only the DevOps setup for you, the DevOps process for you. They also start, or they also create the application for you. The starting, or rather the very blank application for you. And apart from that, they also set up the infrastructure for you. Just need to provide a few more details, and you're good to go. So basically, this is the only information they ask for you, and they provide you with everything that you need from end to end, actually, which is really nice. And I would really say that if you're a brand new user, or if you're a newbie when it comes to DevOps, this is something that you might want to look at. Or if you're looking to set up your DevOps quickly, this is something that you can use. Now, for the repository, I can type in the name of the repository that I want to create. Test um, GA, okay, um, Global Azure, let's say repos. The name of the web app is here, and then of course the location on where the web app should or would reside. Since I'm in the Philippines, I'd stay with the Southeast Asia. And now I can actually change the pricing tier if I want to, but I'm not gonna do that for now. I'm just gonna review and create. Now I'm not gonna click that because I already created one. and it takes a while for the build to be finished. So this is how DevOps Starter would look like. And since uh, I've stick with GitHub, they've created me a GitHub workflow, which the Azure, or rather the GitHub functions will run or will trigger whenever I push something on my repository, which is this one. So I can click my or open my repository, and this is my repository, test web app GA. Oh, sorry. Look back here. So, and if you look at it, it's not just your source code. It also includes the ARM templates, basically the your infrastructure code, and what this has is all the codes or scripts needed to set up the web application or the Azure web app. Apart from that, you also have your workflow. Again, I'll show it to you later. But you also have your application here, your application code, which includes the functional test and the unit test. Note that this only done initially, and along the way, if you develop your or you add more features, it will not automatically create your unit test and functional test. So again, this is just a template for you to start off uh, with all the things that you might need or you would want in your application. So that is what we have right now on the repository that Azure DevOps Starter has created for us. Now, for the build, for the workflow, this is how it would look like. Actually, this is the GitHub Actions. Again, with the GitHub Actions, you can easily trigger something or your workflow, depending on maybe it was triggered by a code change, and some other stuff. Actually, there are lots of things that you can do with GitHub Actions. It's not only just merging code, or rather running a continuous integration and continuous delivery. It can do a lot of things. But for now, we have Azure workflows, or rather, GitHub workflow here. Let's open this run, and what it does is it builds, deploys, and runs the functional tests. And the reason why it did that is because that is how my uh, GitHub workflow was created. So this is my GitHub workflow, and I can just easily go to that script, and I can update it if I need to. So this is the YAML. This is a YAML file. So I can change something in here, but mainly what this has is the build itself. What else? The deployment, and then the functional test run. So I'm not gonna look at it at each of it because again, this is just a quick overview on what you can actually use or the services that you can use in order for you to set up the DevOps or continuous integration, continuous delivery in your application or for your application. So once that is done, once the application has, or rather, the DevOps Starter has finished all these GitHub workflow runs, you will now be able to access the application. And they've already made it for you. The Azure web app, I can just access it by clicking this link, and this is how the app looks like. Again, this is a sample, or rather a template project, so it shows something like this. Now, if I go back here on my code and change something, let me just go to the pages and index. I will update this, maybe change the title, the home page, and then save it with the changes. If I go back here and then press refresh, I will see that there's a build running now. Again, it's because it's been queued automatically by the GitHub actions since I changed something. So if I go back to the GitHub actions, I can see that there is a currently running workflow, and it will do the same thing: the build, the deploy, and the functional test run. So that is basically GitHub Actions for you, and the DevOps Starter. It sets up the GitHub workflow. It sets up the resources or the infrastructure coming from Azure, your repository or your code, and it also includes an application insight. So it's a great tool to start off with DevOps, and I really enjoy working on this one because again, in just a couple of clicks, I was able to set up all these things end to end, and that is Azure DevOps Starter. So if you want to learn more about these services that I've just shown you, you have these links. You have for the links for Azure DevOps, for GitHub Actions, and the Azure DevOps Starter. You also have a link for creating a new Azure account. You have a free $200 um, credits that you can use within 30 days. And yeah, I think that will get you started. And I guess that's all. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you learned something, and I hope in the future you'll use some of these services because I would definitely tell you that you use them in the enterprise uh, or in the corporate world. So hopefully you'll be able to use this one day and also say that this is really awesome. You know, thank you.
Right, we're back. Um, and we're taking the time to welcome back Emil Pastor
Yeah.
and JP Ada for our panel. And we also have Michael John Pena uh, uh,
Hi.
uh, with us here. Um,
Nakita ba ako?
so, so, okay lang yan, Penny. That's reality for work from home right now is being interrupted by family members and most often kids, di ba? You have one, no? You have a kid, di ba? Ano,
Yes,
Mike?
yes.
Yeah. So yeah, okay lang yan. Don't worry about the family interrupting. And yeah, we'd like to take the questions from the audience, but I do think there might have been questions kanina na hindi pa nasasagot. Are there any questions from the audience?
Looking here, recorded the web video. Probably yes.
Mm-hmm.
What else? Hello, Emily. Hello. Um, all right. Siguro ako may
Yeah.
question. For both for JP and Emil. So
Yep.
I think it's a good question. I mean, say, diba, we have Synapse and Data Factory. Probably start with you, Emil. Like, short version or in summary, when to use Data Factory versus Synapse. Then probably later on for JP as well.
Yep. So I think for Synapse, if you're looking for something na all in one package, like a full ecosystem of data integration, big data, as well as data warehousing capability, Synapse is best positioned for that. But if you already have an existing, let's say, database, may it be SQL database or database in virtual machine, and you just want to perform some ETL and orchestration, then I certainly think it's best to use Azure Data Factory separately.
All right.
What's your
How about
take,
you,
JP?
JP? What's your take?
For me, I haven't really super explored ano kasi signups kasi like it blows up yung costs ng ng subscription ko. Um, yeah, I remember like
I'm always concerned.
I didn't know you had to pause signups analytics. I didn't you can pause that. So for I'm not sure kasi but from what I can see kasi is it's more like parang naging subset siya ni ano ni or more like naging superset ni ADF si ano si Synapse Analytics. It's like that. Yung nakikita ko eh. Parang yung hindi ko lang sure is if my SSIS integration si ano si Synapse. Otherwise kung ganun parang medyo similar lang sila. Yung nakikita ko lang din is ano like you can also like from different sources. Pero same lang din sa Synapse Analytics eh. Pero from ADF you can transfer din files, transform and put into Synapse Analytics. So I'm not
Yes.
sure kung may SSIS integration si ano si Synapse Analytics. If wala, then maybe yun yung difference nila.
Yes, I think
So,
that's
yeah.
right.
Emil, I mean, the follow-up question lang na. So, because you mentioned earlier in signups, meron, di bang, data transformation similar to ADF. Is it one-to-one parity already? Like, everything in ADF, meron na ba in signups?
It's not yet one-to-one, but definitely from what JP's mentioned, yung Synapse will be more of a superset. Then you have the individual functionality for those clients na they just want, ADF alone and not the other functionality. Then they can go to Azure Data Factory. At the moment, we don't have yet the SSIS integration with Synapse. We only have the auto integration within Azure as well as the self-hosted integration runtime. But in the future, would see na it will be like at parity. And more
I see.
of like Synapse will act as a wrapper for the whole ecosystem.
Sige. JP, another question, obviously almost being asked. You have ADF, you have Logic Apps, you have Azure Functions. When to use when?
When to use one with the other. Okay. EDF more super ano kasi siya eh. If you're looking for a no to low code na transformation or like ETL/ELT na workload, I think ADF makes sense. If it's something na medyo for if magko-code ka naman maybe sa Azure Functions, pero they have kasi they have integration, so like integrations for integrations. Yung Logic Apps medyo din like integration, pero more of the the no code low code. So if it's something like you're moving data, like more of talaga data pipeline, you should probably like go with with ADF. If it's something like something that you may ginagawa ka, you're acting upon something, probably Logic Apps unless it's pero hindi din eh. Yeah. Basically, you can use Logic Apps. Tapos if it's something that's not supported, you can use custom connectors to Logic Apps na kasi there's also a wide variety of connectors to Logic Apps already exists. Like connections to SAP or for example, or like Jira. mga ganong stuff. Pero if there's something na wala, you can create a custom connector. Pero if ayaw mo talaga ng ganun, ayaw mong mag UI. May UI kasi yung Logic Apps, which is pretty nice, katulad ng EDF. If ayaw mo, yung Azure Functions. Pero parang yun lang yung like think about parang may kulang sa EDF na hindi pa naman connect to Logic Apps. Pero direct anyway. Pero meron namang meron siyang connection to Azure Functions. So ayun, if you're doing ETL again or ELT, EDF, if you want something na low code, no code, tapos may gagawin ka na out hindi sa na more like nasa Azure, hindi nasa like Microsoft 365 or Dynamics 365, then you use Logic Apps kasi kung nandun ka sa other world, Power Automate yun. Tapos if it's something na more custom, then you use Azure Functions. I'm not sure if that's clear, pero yun.
Okay, nice. So basically, in like the way I got it is that kung data pipeline, ADF is good. Custom code is the way to go. Then in between, you have, Power Automate, previously called Flow, and Logic Apps, diba? Like, with different
Yeah,
connectors. If the
yeah,
connectors are available.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yung
it,
parang,
Parang tutulungan din, parang, sorry, go ahead.
go,
and
John.
I was just going to say na it almost feels like this is the strategy naman ni Microsoft, diba, na the Azure services that they provide is different levels. So meron kang high level na that would be yun nga low code and would integrate some things for you, some of the applications for you. So from what I'm getting is that the Synapse stuff is the highest level, the lowest the code. Pero as you need more fidelity siguro, or more customized data, or more dun ka bababa down towards functions themselves.
Yeah,
That's
medyo
I
ano siya,
think that's
parang it's a spectrum ng from
Mhm.
no code to low code to like code.
Yeah. And it's something that we've seen before with other services. For example, sa
Yeah.
events, diba? Si Service Mesh, iba pa yung kay event uh I
Event
forget.
grades, tas meron pang LAS. Yep. It's
Oh,
all, yep,
Event
that's
hub,
so
event
so so
grid,
depending on the
service
level of
bus.
customizability and granularity siguro.
Mm-mm.
siguro,
I just want to.
yep. For your ML, actually,
Mm.
still in that same discussion of parities, kasi most of the time question din si Databricks and Synapse, like, what's the main difference? I mean, just short one, kung ano yung, like,
Yeah,
difference nila.
so the main difference between Databricks and Synapse is, again, I think in terms of functionality, Databricks is more of a subset of what Synapse can do. So Databricks, it's more on, big data analysis, Spark, and the likes, in which Synapse already has. And what Synapse provide is more of like interconnection point between those services. Actually, you can have Databricks as part of your linked service within Synapse, so you can actually call a Databricks job.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
All right. Um, Hi, Brian. Sorry,
Yeah, we'd like to welcome
I'd like to
Brian.
welcome Brian.
Yeah, na kanina hindi siya mako-join sa atin, but I think he's still having some occasional internet slowdowns. How are you, Brian?
Hello, you guys.
Oh, there he.
So yeah, I'm really having bad internet connection
Yeah,
right now.
yeah, yeah. That's that's
Unfortunately,
that's fine. That's all
unfortunately,
good.
PLDT or right now my PLDT connection isn't really working. We have an outage here in our area. So yeah. But hey guys.
Super bad timing lang.
Mm. Siguro,
Really bad.
parang just one question for you, Brian. Like, in summary, again, yung pattern ng questions ko is, you have Azure DevOps, you have GitHub actions, and you have Visual Studio App Center. Like, when to use one?
Yeah. So for me, I mean, obviously, the App Center should always be used for mobile applications. So there's no other option. Or rather, on the App Center, that's the only thing that you can do. But the good thing about it is that it's not only just for .NET applications or Xamarin, but it also includes uh, the iOS, Android, even Mac OS. And actually, I think they will be supporting Linux sometime in the future. But yeah, that's for the App Center. While for the two other options, which is the GitHub Actions and the Azure DevOps, I guess it depends on your preference, but they can almost do all you know, the build tasks that both of them can do. So
Mhm.
I think it depends on the preference. But apart from that, I would say that with the Azure DevOps, you can do more than what you can do with GitHub Actions. because
Mm-hmm.
you also have it's kind of like the ultimate DevOps tool. As I mentioned earlier, it provides you not only the build, the test, and the deployment features, but it also allows you to collaborate with your team, get the information that you
Mm-hmm.
need, or even your repository on that service. So um I would say that the Azure DevOps has the most to offer. App Center
Mm-hmm.
would be the one that you would use for mobile applications, and then GitHub Actions is kind of like your alternative if in
Mm-hmm.
case you're mainly working on the GitHub.
Yeah.
So mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I'd like to add something to that. I know. I mean, I have, you would have workplaces which are serving not just, if it's not a pure Microsoft shop, it's they also have either they're also using other cloud services such as GCP and AWS, and or if they're, not all of their not all of their products or the software is in the Microsoft stack. I think it's almost you almost have no choice in that case, but to go for GitHub Actions, because that would be the common denominator for a lot of them. So that's where I see the value of GitHub Actions is, and that's also where, since GitHub is is still a Microsoft company, um, the main differentiator would be the value added features of Azure DevOps, Azure pipelines, and that's where their advantage comes from.
That's true. Yeah.
Mhm, mhm.
Mhm.
I do have a question. All right. So one thing that I was always curious about, and this is somebody who is getting farther and farther away from Azure. I admit, yeah, it's weird to have me as a host actually. the for infrastructure as code in Azure CI/CD or Azure DevOps. Um, what other options do you have aside from YAML? YAML has is I know the standard, and it's also what is used in like Terraform, right? But are there other options to infrastructure as code,
Um,
aside from just YAML stuff?
actually, we have used something before in one of our projects. It's
Mm-hmm.
called Pulumi. It's kind of like
Oh, Pulumi,
uh,
yeah, I've heard
yeah,
it. Yeah.
it's kind of like a competitor of Terraform. But the thing with our team back then was no one knows how to do YAML, and
Mm-hmm.
it's funny because I personally, I'm still confused sometimes whenever I look at a YAML file. Sometimes it's just I'm really comfortable dealing with .NET with
Mm-hmm.
C sharp code. So with
Yep.
Pulumi, they offer that actually. They
Mm-hmm.
allow you
Mm-hmm.
to write this your infrastructure code using C sharp, and
Mm-hmm.
we've used that in our project, and we were able to integrate it properly, or use it properly
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
on Azure DevOps. So I think that's one of the options. um,
Okay.
I guess you mentioned Terraform, but
Mm-hmm.
I think
Yeah.
those are the only options that we've used. Of course, there's always the ARM templates,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
um, but
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, that's the only
Well,
thing I can add.
I'm just
yeah.
voicing out loud. Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to add on that one, right? So believe it or not, even the ARM templates that with PowerShell, that
Mm-hmm.
pattern is still out there. Now even more improved with Azure CLI. Tapos
Mm-hmm.
meron na ding late just last year may inintroduce na tawag na from ARM naging bicep na. So you have the bicep
Mm-hmm.
template, which
From
is
arm
more
naging
of like
bicep. So, anong
which is a
susunod,
more
ano?
of susunod
Anong
na
susunod?
buong body niya.
Pecs. Pectoral.
Yeah,
Hindi,
so basically,
yeah.
so I mean, I think it's evolving into more of like instead na yun nga infra config file to a more declarative. syntax.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah,
that's
yeah,
where bicep
absolutely.
comes in.
No, no, I'm just mentioning this because there are from I won't mention from where, from what cloud provider, but in other cloud providers they're able yeah, they've come out with ways to write up your IaaC in C sharp and TypeScript. So I would hope to see more of that as we move forward. I'm pretty sure that you know Microsoft being the home of TypeScript and C sharp should be able
I
to,
hope so. Yeah.
yeah, should be able to accommodate that, and it's be awesome. But that given the value added features of Azure DevOps are really good, and yeah, those are also things that you'd want to wish to get back, because GitHub Actions by itself are quite manual for wanting to add, whatever callbacks to Azure, or your cloud provider systems, and your projects, and all of that you need to do. So yep, really great.
All right. Siguro, ano na lang, no? Since we're not getting any question from the audience, just one final question for Emil and JP as well. Um, so, siguro like what's the easiest way to get started with, Synapse and ADF and that whole data ecosystem of Microsoft?
I think I'll do the first take. So I think for you to learn Synapse or Azure Data Factory, whichever Azure data services, I encourage you to go to MS Learn, because we have all the topics there, and it also provides the best practices plus the step-by-step guide, self-paced guide on how to do data integration using Azure Data Factory or Synapse, and how to connect to various databases, and perform like some machine learning models later on. And on top of that, I think once you signed up for Azure, you get a $200 credit, which is good for 30 days. And I think that's more than enough for you to experiment and work on like the different functionalities of Synapse, Data Factory, and even other Azure products and services. JP?
Same.
Actually,
Yeah,
very
yeah,
much
yeah.
for
MS
MS
Learn,
Learn.
MS
Yeah,
Learn.
MS Learn.
definitely MS Learn. And then yeah, try out the free Azure account if you don't have it yet. And then just practice. Also, like Sir Penny has a book on analytics, Synapse Analytics, if I
Mm-hmm.
recall correctly.
Plug
Yeah.
naman dyan.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that's true. I'm the co-author of Cloud Analytics with Microsoft Azure, available on the Microsoft website and Publishing, only for I think $30. So
Oh, mamaya i-flash
Awesome.
natin.
And I think I also encourage them to follow yung mga program managers ng Synapse or sa Microsoft, because they usually post
Mhm,
blogs as well as have
mhm,
online sessions every now and
mhm.
then.
May Twitch channel ba sila? I mean, the other Microsoft, the guys have Twitch channels actually. So
yeah,
Mm.
especially
I'm
sa
curious.
mga devs. Mm.
Sa C Sharp group may Twitch channel sila. So I hope they follow that.
All right.
Yeah.
So
All right.
again, thank you very much, Emil, JP, Brian. So we'll take a quick break and we'll proceed to the next speaker.
All right. Thank you
Thank
very much.
you.
Thank you so much, guys.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay. All right. So we're moving on. We're moving on to our afternoon sessions, and yeah. But before we do that, please take this opportunity to scan this QR to earn your Microsoft Learn badgers, whatever you call them, and yeah, that's just something to benefit you, everyone here. All right, we are moving on to our afternoon session after that really exciting set of speakers in the morning. And our next speaker is somebody we know very much because she's the one who's organizing this, and she is leading. She has led the Azure user group Manila. So, please welcome back, Marilag Di Matula.
Hello, John. Thank you again for helping me out in this because otherwise
No
it's kind of like
problem.
a gymnastic if I have to switch different roles, hosting, producing, and speaking. So thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Absolutely happy to be here. So I'll hand it over to you.
Right. Thank you. So, hello everyone. Kamusta po? Hi, in Danish. Ako po si Marilog Dimatulak and I am a cloud solution architect at Device. I'm also a Microsoft MVP for Azure and I have been a developer since I was 19 years old. And I'm just going to let you guess how long ago that has been, but maybe to give you a little clue, when I was just developing web applications back then when I just graduated, so I was using something called Visual Interdev. So if you know what that is, then you would guess how what my age is. But if you don't know what that is, then that means you're probably as old as my kids right now. They're teenagers. So today I'm going to talk about cloud solutions architecture, particularly the Microsoft Azure well-architected framework. And cloud solution architecture is really dear to me because in my whole experience working with software projects, I've seen a lot of solutions fail even before cloud came to be. And I honestly think it's because, and a lot of these problems and issues is caused by, the lack of good architecture. So I really want to advocate our engineers here to spend some time and invest their time on learning good architecture. And so I want to start with telling you first that this is probably going to be a bit broad topic, and I'm going to cover a lot of different services on Azure on a high level. So if you are a beginner and you feel like this is too much information or I talk too much, I hope that won't scare you away. I know there are a lot of cloud engineers or software developers or students watching this stream. I'm just gonna try to make it simple, but if in case it's too much information for you, I hope that from this talk you will be inspired to learn more. And then for those of you who are already experienced engineers, cloud engineers, I also hope that you can learn a thing or two about good architecture. And so I want to start with what is the role of a cloud architect? What is my job? And I like to think that the primary mission of a cloud architect is to remove blockers. And I feel that every day at my work that I want to remove the blockers for my team so that all our wonderful ideas for the solutions that we want to make it can be realistic, can be sustainable. And there are a lot of blockers, especially when we're starting to build something on the cloud. One is, for me particularly, is people skills because cloud is still fairly new for many engineers. So and it has some steep learning curve sometimes. Parts of it, some of it are easy, some of it may be a little bit more complex. And if you are dreaming of building a great solution and you still have to catch up with skills, then it's quite complicated or complex. And a cloud architect should be able to design the solution so that the people that are going to be building it can also make sure that they can actually build it, that it's suited for them. And if not, to help upskill them. And another blocker is, of course, the resources, your access to resources is not always available. And sometimes, if you have been listening with the panel, you it always happens that you have a lot of different choices with different technology, and some of this technology cannot deliver what you need for your solution, and then you have to make trade-offs. So that's also a blocker, and an architect should be able to come up with a solution for that. And also, lastly, one of the blockers, very common, is money. These things cost money. As we have talked about, when you provision some of these services and capabilities on the cloud, you have to know how much it costs, and you have to balance out the cost of your application or your solution with the value that it delivers. So yeah, removing blockers. And as you go along, it boils down to making decisions. An architect make decisions all day long. You can have a lot of discussions. You can have like panel discussions that we have now. You can talk to the team. You can talk to the stakeholders. But at some point, you have to you have to walk the talk. You have to make a decision and go with it. And sometimes it may not be the right decision at that moment, or yeah, that's the right decision at that moment, but things change. So along the way, you're going to have to refactor or change or adjust and make another decision. So it's all about the art of balancing things. It's a balancing act, and it's an art. I say it's an art because it's always case to case basis. You have to take into consideration all the different parameters when you're making decisions about your solution architecture. And that's why, as a solution architect, it's important that you have very broad knowledge on a lot of different things, but not only technology, but also the business side of it, the value side of it, the usability side of it, and the people behind it. You need to have this broad knowledge. But also, an architect must be able to go deep when necessary. So you can pick one platform or one layer of your solution, and if something happens, there's some issue, or sometimes it's often that you encounter obscure problems that you did not preempt when you were designing, and you have to go really deep to find the details and what's causing it before you can make decisions. So you must also have this skill, because oftentimes I met a lot of architects when they feel like, okay, I just need to go on a high level and draw up some diagrams, but then when things get a little bit rough, then they rely on someone else, and that's also okay, because an architect must be able to rally the whole team in order to deliver this solution. And if I try to visualize cloud engineering, I'd say that a lot of people associate building solutions or building applications. It's just like construction or building a house. But to be honest, I tend to disagree to that, because it's more like building a city, and I love building cities, or country even. So it's not just about putting up infrastructure or houses or roads and bridges and buildings. It's really about the people that's going to be living in your city. It's about the people who's going to be using your application, and you have to focus on that as an architect. And most especially, you have to focus on sustainability as you grow and progress in your application. But so how do we design solutions? So how do we build great solutions in Azure? Well, luckily, we don't have to start from scratch. Microsoft has already given us some of the guidelines and best practices on how to build great solutions. And a well-architected framework is a set of guidelines and documentation that you can find on Microsoft Docs. I'll show you a little bit in a while. And it's actually, if you look at different cloud providers out there, Amazon, Google, Alibaba, IBM, and many others, they have all published this sort of well-architected framework, and they're quite similar, probably also designed for each of these platforms. But let's have a look at the well-architected framework. Where can we find it? So if you go to Docs, Microsoft, you can go to the Azure Architecture Center, and you will find a wealth of resources about how to design your solution. So, for example, you even have the design patterns here. I'm not going to go through all of this, but I want to highlight this Microsoft Azure Well Architected Framework documentation. So there is 5 different pillars that you need to focus on when you're designing solutions. And I'm also going to discuss that in a bit. But if you go in here, you will have some guidelines on how to design and how to provision and how to monitor different capabilities on Azure to meet your target for these different pillars. And yeah, so it's all about reading this documentation, and of course this is general guideline. And what I feel is your application is, or every single application is unique, so it's up to you or up to the team or the architects to uh, find what they can take away from the guideline, and then based on that formulate their own. So if you want a bit more course type, you can go and learn, and you will find the modules here and go through the modules. I highly recommend that. And if you want to go even deeper, and if you really want to also kind of baseline your skill and go out to your customers and tell them, hey, I am actually, I know this thing. So you could go to the certification path, and it also gives you a very good opportunity to do structured learning about architecture. So you could do the Azure Solutions Architect Expert path. There are 2 different exams that you can take. You can be an architect technologies, where you as an architect focus on how to implement these technologies, or architect design, where you as an architect must learn how to make decisions on each scenarios. So those are the path for learning. Now that we know where we can find the framework, let's look a little bit on what it tells us. So as mentioned, there are 5 pillars for building good applications or great applications. So first is cost optimization. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but I will try to show you some of the tools that you can use for each of these pillars, and also the people that could be responsible for these pillars. And you have the operational excellence, and you have to look after performance, and very important also the reliability of your solution. And last but certainly not the least, the security of your solution. So let's start with the cost optimization. So when you're about to design a new solution, so many of us, especially, I'm speaking for myself sometimes because I'm a developer, I'm a coder, right? So when I get a requirement, I just want to go ahead and start writing code without really thinking about the cost that it will incur once it's running on the development environment or the production environment. But so the first thing that you must be aware, you have to be quite cost conscious. It's just like when you're shopping, for clothes. Well, I'm a little bit cost conscious when I'm shopping for my shoes, but not on other things. I think we all have our preferences when we spend our money. But for building cloud applications, it's really a good idea to estimate your cost from the get-go. And you have different tools that you can use. And when you're estimating, you have to be holistic and look at the different components that your application needs. And one tool that you can use for estimating your cost is the Azure Pricing Calculator. And here you can find different capabilities and platforms that you need for your application, and then compute the cost, and then find out how many you need and which kind of instance, in which location, and also think about the type of subscriptions that you have against Azure. So you have a concept of pay as you go in the cloud. That's pretty normal, where you only pay for what you use. And you can also get a lot of discount if you know that you're going to be using a specific capability or platform for a longer period. So if you use it for 1 year, then you get a discount. If you use it or reserve it for 3 years, you get another discount. If you're an enterprise, you can get discounts as well. And if you are a startup, it's different pricing. If you're using development environment, there's also a subscription on Azure called Dev and Test, where some of the services are quite cheaper. And it's important to know these things, right? But more importantly, have to know what your target is, so that you know how much you will provision. And do not over provision. You only buy what you need, and especially with the development environment. And don't crank up your services just because you can. Even if you do have the money to pay for it, please don't do it. And also think about, when you estimate how often will you be using this infrastructure or this environments or these services, and then maybe you can turn it off when they're not in use. So these are some of the best cost optimization things that you can do. But anyways, you have the calculator. But once that you have already deployed this the services, it's also very important to monitor and keep monitoring your cost, and and not just forget about it just because they're already running. You have to be kind of judicious with how much you're incurring, and you can of course use some of the tools and dashboards available out of the box on the Azure portal for your cost management. So you can see your consumption along the way on your different services in your location, different resource groups. This has an API. So if you need to pull out the data for your cost and then manipulate it for some reporting, you can also do that. It's just important that you do the monitoring. And lastly, now that you have the data, you have to create your forecast. How much are you going to spend later on? And also forecast if your application or your infrastructure needs to grow. And then it's just, best practice to do a forecast. So that's cost optimization. Next, let's move on to one of my favorite pillars. This is operational excellence, maybe because I'm a developer, and this is where my developer skills really come to play. And in operational excellence, it's all about how well did you build your or are you building your application. So it starts with very good application design. Earlier from the talk, from Ryan's talk, you have learned different ways to make sure that you build your application in a consistent manner, that you deploy your code and your infrastructure in a repeatable manner in different environments, and that you're able to test them before they go into the production, for example, and do that in an automated way. So this is part of operational excellence. So you do proper DevOps, and I know it's sometimes I have a lot of experience with DevOps, and it's pretty fun, but it also requires some thinking around how are you going to design your pipelines, how are you going to design your CI/CD, which is highly based on also the culture of your team and the size of your team, and of course your resources. And the most important, after you have already deployed the applications, your applications, and once it's running, that again, monitoring. You need to understand how your users are using the system, how your application is performing, because there's always MVP or beta versions and first version, second version, and there's always something to improve. If you do not catch this, things for improvement, then it will slow down. You will find problems, and as I always feel, every time I give birth to a solution, every time a solution comes to life, it's like having kids. You will have to be parenting it for its whole life cycle. You need to watch it grow and you need to monitor it. So you have a bunch of tools I've posted here, things that you can use for when you are deploying your applications to different infrastructure. You have to also decide based on your requirements what kind of compute infrastructure you want you to run your application on. You can use as an entry point a VM if you want to use that. You can of course deploy it in a platform as a service, a PaaS, or if you want more control over your application, you can use containers, put it in different orchestrators, Kubernetes or Azure container instances, just to make sure that they run right. But for the monitoring part, I spend a lot of time on application insights on all my projects. So I work as a consultant for a very large enterprise company and we're building an application that enables cloud engineers to fast track their projects that they want to build on the cloud. And I spend a lot of time on application insights. But on the other hand, I also am part of a company where we build products, and I still use application insights for that. And in application insights, you have to, when you build your application, put on some, tracing logs so that you can connect to this service and you can see every transaction, how what happens, so every request that your application receive, you can drill down into that. You can even drill down into different, time and see what happens. If you have failures, you can find out why it failed. You can see the logs out here. Why is this a 404? And you can see a timeline of your request. So things like this is very important. And also one of my favorite things here is what you call a live stream, a live metrics, where from the word. It's live. So as you receive the request, you can see what's going on. And you might not have the full details about the logs yet, but you can just monitor what's going on with your application. And you can even, for example, if you're a front-end developer and you say you have a single page application with some vanilla JavaScript or using some framework, you can have different frameworks that connect to application insights, and you can even drill down for every click a user does and analyze it. So there are tons of things you can do with application insight, but the main point is that you need to monitor your application while it's running so that you can find the room for improvements. All right, and that's for operational excellence. And let's talk about performance. Performance is, performance tuning has always been there, even before cloud, even from the very beginning of software development. We've always dealt with performance. It's a little bit different now that we're dealing with cloud, because with cloud, for example, we have the concept of auto scaling. Like before cloud, we need to expand our servers because all of a sudden we have a burst of transactions because we have so many users. What are you gonna do? You can't just call your supplier and say, hey, can I have a server right now, and then install it. It takes so much time to just scale up your infrastructure. So oftentimes you would have to overestimate what you need to prepare. But with the cloud, there's a very advanced way for auto scaling your applications. So let's say you deploy an application unit using a virtual machine. You have what you call a VM scale set, where you can tell it that, okay, for peak hours during the day, I want my VMs to increase the number of instances from 1 to 10, for example, or it can be automated. It can watch how many transactions you're getting and auto scale based on that. And a lot of different services on Azure, not only the compute ones. Let's say if you're using PaaS or if you're using containers, you can set it up so that it will just auto scale, and that's the same with your databases. But it's not going to do it automatically for you. As an architect, you have to design your scaling strategy again based on your target. Understanding, again, going back to understanding what your users really need or what your application really needs. It's like, do you have peak hours? Do you have different peak hours in different locations all over the world? And not just auto scale just because it also incur cost. And performance is also about load balancing, as I mentioned. If you have a lot of different users, for example, coming from different parts of the world, and you want to route some of the requests to one region and the other request to other region, or load balancing as well. Even if you only have a single region, but then you have multiple instances of your compute or your front end servers, you need to have a load balancer facing the users that can say, oh, okay, now this instance is it's throttling because it's receiving a lot of transactions. Then I'm gonna redirect some of the load on the other servers. So again, designed for that. And if you're building the application itself, it's kind of also important to know that, okay, there are some calls that are long running and requires a lot of processing power when I need to execute a piece of code. And I don't want my users to wait. Let's imagine you have a web app and then the user click, import image or save this really large data. You might want to put that in a queue, and then so that you make sure that you don't lose transactions because you have been throttled because of a lot of requests. So that's one use case of messaging. There are many use cases that I can discuss in another talk. I can talk about messaging for hours. But for now, I just wanted to emphasize that it's also important that you put in some sort of a mediator in between your services to make sure that they are, they stay connected, because in the cloud, it's a highly distributed system. You have servers in different regions running, you have serverless applications and functions that are disconnected from each other. And the only way that they can talk to each other is probably through messaging. So, and lastly, if you want to really fix your performance, you need to also look at the data layer of your application. Whatever data platform you choose, if you choose Cosmos DB, if you choose SQL, you have to understand the patterns or the technicality of how they partition their data so that it increases performance, it increases throughput. If you're dealing with event sources, for example, like massive amounts of events going in ingress, like if you use Event Hub or of Kafka, understand the data partitioning as an architect so that you can fine tune it and how it works for performance. But again, you need to monitor it. So I mean, I don't want to spend so much time looking on how to enable scaling, maybe some sample. It's so very easy to scale, but you can do it. This is a manual way of scaling an app, a web app, but you can do this with auto scale with using some metrics, but just to show you that you can pick several tiers when you're buying or when you're provisioning a certain service, and it goes for all the services and platforms on Azure. And this one is an app service. I can say, oh, I want to use for this app service plan, I want to use a Linux-based app service where I can provision that has auto scale, so that if my load increases, it can auto scale up to a maximum of X number. So as an architect, it's a good idea that you understand the different SKUs for the different services, right? For example, if you're building web applications, why would I want to use a Linux app service plan instead of Windows? Is there a difference in cost? These are the questions that you really need to address. And then we have the reliability. So performance is all about the latency and response time, and reliability is all about availability. And now we're talking about high availability. So example, if you deploy your solution in one region and that region sort of just failed for some reason, physical or natural reasons, is your solution gonna just stop? But can you afford a solution to be unavailable for an X period of time? Again, you can design high availability, but you have to understand your scenario. So you have to understand your targets for your recovery point objective, which is how much data is acceptable, how much data loss is acceptable for your application. And then you also have to define your target for recovery time objective. How long can you afford to be down? Because whenever you're down, you're missing data, right? You're missing transactions. And you need to define these targets, because otherwise you're going to be on the blind where you're designing high availability. And chances are you're either under provisioning your infrastructure or over provisioning because you don't know your RPO, RTO. How many nines do you need to deliver? Is it 99.9% available, or 95%, or 0.99999% available? So you decide, and you have to check all the services that's part of your solution and what is their capability for high availability. So are they available in different regions? Do they have availability zones? And all these things. And you also, of course, need to think about backup and disaster recovery. So in Azure, you have Azure site recovery service, and Azure backup, which you can use to back up your data, and for the site recovery, so you can use to back up your entire solution. But each of the services that you use has its own backup capabilities as well. So if you're deploying web apps, you can back up your web files. If you're deploying, of course, SQL, that also has backup. If you're deploying Cosmos DB, that also has backup capabilities. So if you try to go to Cosmos DB here, just an example, I want to use Cosmos DB as an example. I work a lot with Cosmos, but I just want to say that services kind of similar when it comes to what they can offer. So for example, here you have, you can set up your backup interval, how long, and how long are you going to return your backup. And then also with the Cosmos DB data, you have a concept of configuring it to enable multi-regions. So your data is automatically replicated to other regions, and it can be read-only. This is similar for many data platforms. If you replicate your data across different regions, you can set it up to be just read-only replica, or also write. And for Cosmos DB, you can automatically, if you enable multi-region, you can automatically fail over to that region just in case you lose connection to that one region. And that kind of happens. So that's reliability for you. And lastly, I want to touch a little bit about security, access management. It's very important, and network, they go hand in hand. So of course, with cloud providers, cloud infrastructure, your cloud provider, Azure, Microsoft, has already taken care of the other layers of security. You always have, like you say, 7 layers of security, right? So physical security, they have already taken care of. Some of the compliance for security, they have taken care of. You don't have to think about it. Patching services, if you're using PaaS, unless of course you're using VM, you have to do that, or containers. But well, I think they're also building automatic patching of containers soon. And so, but yeah, access. So for your part, if you're building your infrastructure on the cloud, you need to think about access management, who has not only access to your application, but who has access to your infrastructure, your developers, your engineers. You just don't give all out access to all the engineers from your team on a production environment. You need to control it via group, via Active Directory, Azure Active Directory, maybe, or in some cases, that's, in very, very special cases, you have what we call a data plane access, where you have access to specific data in that service. So all these things is very important. And another thing that's important, I forgot to mention here, where you store your confidential information, like your secrets, your certificates. So you use Azure Key Vault for that. You never let your co-developer, a friend developer, hard code a key or something on your, web config if you're building web apps, or in your JavaScript file if you are writing a, front end. You put that in Key Vault. And you also have a lot of things around networking that you need to take care of if you are using, if you're building large applications. I'm going to show that in a diagram. So you don't want your your front-end servers or back-end servers just, accessible in public or accessible by any services, even if it's within the same application. You want to be able, you can control which service can access another service. Like, for example, you can set up that your database is only accessible by your backend app. And there are, depending on your security needs, there are different ways of doing that on your network if you set up virtual networks and such. And lastly, security on the data level. It's very, very important. We have a lot of data breaches. It's unimaginable. I'm reading this book or listening to an audible called "This Is How They Tell Me the World," and it's all about cybersecurity crimes. It's insane. So we need to be extra paranoid about security in data protection. For example, you have to take care of protecting your data in transit. So while your data is traveling over the wire, you have to always use, TLS if from your request from your client to backend servers back to your data platform, it's always should be protected in transit. You have to protect your data at rest. So a lot of the data platforms by default have data security at rest. So they encrypt your data automatically. But if you're using storage, you also have to, different options on how to encrypt your own data. And then you also need to take care of data in use. So when you're surfacing your data on your UI, or while you're using in your logs, so while you're using your data, you need to also think about security a lot as an architect. So identity, I'm not going to show you how to manage identity. You can look that up, but maybe just a quick one. So if you're building consumer apps, for example, and you want to store, my advice is you don't want to store your users and your users' passwords, for example, in a storage or in your database, because we all know that's kind of vulnerable. So an option for you is to use a cloud-based identity management system. So like for Azure, you have what you call Azure AD B2C, which is consumer facing, or you can, in your enterprise, of course, very common, you can use the Azure Active Directory. And here you can add users and you can set, roles and all this directory-based function. So there's a lot to think about. But lastly, I just want to say that it's important that after you have taken care of all these different pillars of great architecture, that you continue on monitoring things. But some of the things that we can get from Azure out of the box is the advisory. So if you go to, again, to Azure, you can really go to Azure Advisor, and it will tell you and it will give you some recommendations on cost optimization on how to set up your security. It will tell you if, for example, you have a lot of or assigned highly privileged roles on certain groups and might want to check on that. It will, Security Center will tell you if something is trying to attack your front end servers or back end servers or DDoS your infrastructure. Reliability will tell you if you have proper configuration. Same with operational excellence and performance. So you have to make use of the advisory. And sometimes, in my experience as well, I get an error, get a report from a user that something is not working, and I spend a lot of time trying to figure out, only to find out later on that it's actually one of the services or platform on Azure that's down at the moment for a certain region. And here, you can get alerts for that. You can look at the status here and see what's going on. And that's probably one of the first things that you need to check. So yeah, keep on observing, monitoring, design, monitor, refactor, refine. But at the end of it all, you have the guidelines, but your application is unique. So architecture in action, I want to talk a little bit about the web application that we developed in our team, just to see, the flow of how things work. Spend a couple of minutes on that. So the first thing I do with the team is, brainstorming. I use this draw.io diagrams. You can use any tools that you want. It's just, this one is very easy. Go to your whiteboard and start discussing things. Talk about your targets, or what do we want to do, what do we want to achieve, and from there, build or draw up your application, just so you have a guideline. It's not always sure that what you're drawing is it's going to be the actual, but start from there. Do not just go on and provision things on the cloud. So for example, I want to build a mobile application, then I say, okay, what do? We need some authentication mechanisms. So we put maybe a B2C in there because this is consumer facing and not internal application. Then we can secure it. Maybe I want, a web application for my backend, and then I'm building a SPA, a single page application, which is basically just client side or JavaScript. And I can actually host that in a storage account called the static websites. So maybe I need something like that. So I'm going to put up a storage account and enable static website there, so I can host my front end application, and I have my back end application API here. And maybe I want to use CDN because I want to cache some of the static files. So it's pretty fast. So I'm going to put a CDN in front of my front end. And then okay, so I've heard all these cool features that the function can do, because, or serverless functions can do, because my application is pretty much event trigger. So I will use for some of my, logic and Azure function, because maybe I need to write on a queue, and then the Azure function listens to that queue. So I know this all sounds so kind of very basic for you. It's a bunch of icons that I put, but it really helps you visualize what you want to do before you start doing it, and iron out a lot of problems along the way. Why do I need a queue? Why do I need a CDN? It answers your questions and say, oh, okay, I need to do that. This is going to listen and do some logic. And then after that, maybe it writes back to a storage. Let's say, oh, well, I need a Cosmos here because I'm building something that is, I need low latency database that is based on NoSQL structure, and I want it to be geo-replicated because I'm building a global solution. So now that I have that, I realize, oh yeah, I don't want my solution to go down. So maybe I'm gonna replicate this or this setup in one region here. And then because I need that in different regions, then maybe I need a gateway behind API gateway. Can I find that? Let's find it. Let's let's say maybe it's in compute. Oh, anyways, let's pretend this is the API gateway. And so I need something to block all the calls to be, the client facing. But then because I have different regions here, then I'm gonna copy that and create it. And then I wanna route the traffic from different regions and control the flow using a traffic manager in front of here. Why do we need this? It makes your brain function like an like an architecture team. And then I want to say, well, how do I build this code? Then should we use GitHub? Should we use DevOps? Should we use both? And then here you go. You have your whole architecture. So this is kind of my days. I spend a lot of time doing these drawings in front of the team, stakeholders, explaining, refining, until we're kind of confident that this is what we want to do, and start writing code to provision that and to test and to monitor. As you can see, this is an example of a product that I'm building. I have two resources or environments, the dev environment and then the prod, which is just these are all the resources that are the similar or provisioned in the same way on the prod environment. So these are all my drawings now, the icons in real. And so, for example, I have a web app here, and this is how it looks like. This is B2C running here, as you can see, using to log on to this application. So that is kind of, the how you build it. But in the end, you're building one product. I would just want to spend few minutes on what do you want to do with the enterprise. Most enterprises now are establishing their cloud center of excellence, which is a strategic department that takes care of making sure that the large organization can easily migrate to the cloud, or that they're in line with their strategy with cloudifying their infrastructure. And like I said, I work with one of the largest enterprises, and together with their cloud center of excellence, trying to conceptualize how to properly migrate their solutions. And importantly, self-service. This is something that you need to trust your team. You need to be able to trust your developers that they can provision something in the cloud. That is one of the biggest blockers in the cloud right now. You have a lot of development teams in big enterprises where they cannot ask for a resource group. They would have to file a service ticket, and then that would take time before they can even provision one single resource. And that's just not going to go, because now we need to be agile and deliver right away. So we need to put up self-service, portals or tools that will allow our development team, especially if we have a lot in an organization, 5,000 developers with hundreds of applications. You need to trust them. But in order to be able to trust them, we have to upskill our team, make sure that they understand what they're doing, they're following the architecture framework, and that we can govern it from our side and do some policy checks and audits, and also design for multi-cloud so that our application is really portable. These are some of the things and values that enterprises do at the moment. So why do we want to become a cloud architect? We want to solve problems systematically. A lot of the solutions I have said are failing because we are not very systematic with the way we design our solution. We want to maximize the use of the cloud because there's so much wonderful things happening right now in the cloud, and it's so heartbreaking to see that we cannot maximize it because of lack of good framework, and simply because cloud architecture or being a cloud architect is such a fulfilling career. How to become one? Check out the docs, the Architecture Center, Microsoft Learn modules, and try to take a jab at the certification path. Yes, that's it for cloud architecture. I hope you learned something, and thank you very much for joining us in this event.
Thank you very much, Marilag. That was a very comprehensive, and yeah, I mean I guess the biggest takeaway that I want others as well to get here is that that big jump to thinking just as a dev, to thinking in terms of business, kasi at the end of the day, yung work natin, they're all for profit, right? And they need to earn money, and
Yeah.
and I don't know. I think I found out the hard way when I was first getting into architecture in general, and then cloud architecture. Yeah. I mean, I've got into mishaps like naiwan na naka-on yung services doon sa dev environment, tapos pagdating nung bill mo, bakit ganito ka? and yan,
Exactly.
things like that, diba? Dun magsisimula. But then as we progress, we realize that a lot of the decisions that we make actually has an impact on the performance and bandwidth that is consumed by our app. So yeah,
Mhm.
totally appreciate this talk
Yeah.
and a lot of learnings there. All right.
Thank you. But the thing is, it's not just a cloud architect. You have to empower your team to think like an architect.
Yes,
So
yes,
that's my
yes.
message.
Of course. So they have to be involved then, and even the decisions. It's not. I mean, we're in a time when it's not always top down decisions anymore. The team should be empowered to be able to say that, hey, this is, we know of better ways to do things, or we know of better implementations that would, ang keyword lang naman dun we know how to do this by that will save money. Yun, kapag nasabi mo na yun, makikinig na sa'yo.
That's
Makikinig
true.
na sa'yo. Ano. All right, so thank you very much. I guess let's move on. Thank you very much, Marilat. Okay, our next topic would be a bit of a shorter talk. Um, we'll have we'll talk about redefining hybrid data and democratizing artificial intelligence from Mr. Ian De Torres of Microsoft Philippines. So, hello, Ian.
Hi, John.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for being here. Yeah.
Yes, thank
Okay,
you so
so
much.
I guess I'll hand the floor over to you.
Okay. Right. All right. So, good afternoon, everyone. So, I'm Ian De Torres. I'm the developer marketing manager at Microsoft, and I'm so delighted to speak with you today for this session. And Uh, earlier this morning, we have heard from our speakers about Azure Data Factory, about Azure DevOps, and Azure Synapse Analytics. And this talk will be about how Microsoft is redefining hybrid data and democratizing artificial intelligence, and some of the updates that we have with some of the Azure services. So to start with, it's we've all heard or talk about what it takes. A business is be how to enable digital transformation for today's organization. But what is increasingly evident is that the role of the data that plays in driving successful transformation for organization, which is really data is truly the strategic asset for businesses today in this unprecedented times. So those businesses actually who have embraced data as an asset have simply fared better. So they've already established culture and capabilities needed to be more agile, able to anticipate and predict disruptions, and pivot as needed to better serve customers. So from Microsoft's experience in observing customers, it's actually having the right data capabilities is one of the key considerations to have a successful data-driven transformation. So with that, I'd like to talk what really sets Azure apart. So successful data-driven transformations include the following capabilities. First one is modernizing your data estate and establishing the foundation that is future-proof and connects all your data. Second is having the supporting high-performance cloud-native applications, or wherein you can build on cloud-native services and design principles. And thirdly is that turning your data into actionable insights for everyone, which would be very helpful. And the fourth one is really the artificial intelligence that will help your data to predict outcomes and provide engaging experiences. And the last would be one of the capabilities which is very important for all of us, even for developers, is really discovering, protecting, and providing access to all the data that we have in a responsible and a compliant way. So taken together of all of this, Azure provides the best data estate capabilities for your organization to thrive today and tomorrow. So speaking of, as you would expect, with regards to the to data, uh, Azure Data Services are deeply integrated with the following uh, Microsoft Cloud, and as you can see, uh, Azure Data Services is widely support the common data model, which is a set of standardized schema uh, inherited from Microsoft Office applications with Microsoft 365. And second is with the Power Platform, which is you can be a citizen developer with just no, you can build an application with a no code, and you can alter which Power BI, Power BI reports directly in Synapse Analytics as Emil showed earlier. So as well as extend access to variety of data sources. And last is really enabling data-driven transformation through the line of business applications, wherein you can easily connect the pre-built connectors with Microsoft 365, and you can create a 360 degrees customer view for deep audience insight. So with this capabilities, let us look at each one of this in detail. So the first one is data modernization. So as you've heard earlier with Data Factory and Azure Synapse Analytics, there is Azure SQL, which is a family of SQL databases from virtual machines, from platform as a service to the edge. And Azure Migrate, which is, we all know, the central of Azure Cloud Migration Services and tools to discover, assess, and migrate workloads to the cloud. It makes it easier than ever to get to Azure SQL. So with that, when it comes to data modernization on migration, there are actually new capabilities for SQL Server discovery and assessment at scale, including we'll be able to get target school recommendations for the first time, having the estimated cost to run workloads in Azure right in the same tool. And these changes really helps to make it super easy to understand all the technical and financial aspects of your journey to the cloud. So yeah, and then speaking of journey to the cloud, it's really super awesome to see the rapid growth of adoption of Azure SQL, wherein we'll be able to see we've host over 7 million databases in Azure SQL and a migration destinations of SQL Server on Azure virtual machines and Azure SQL managed instance, which are growing over 200%, and it was 70% year-on-year growth. So, and speaking of Azure SQL Managed Instance, we have a customer like Komatsu that tell us how they can now confidently modernize their existing application at scale by means of combining their experience with familiarizing tools and resources. So, given the strong reception for the Azure SQL Managed Instance, Microsoft have decided to take it a step further and offered a new service for NoSQL workloads. So this was actually announced during Ignite. So this is the Azure Managed Instance for Apache Cassandra. This new service is actually makes it easy to take on-prem Cassandra workloads and at cloud scale while maintaining a full compatibility with the latest version of Apache Cassandra. So Cassandra Managed Instance also provides transport and replication and synchronization to keep your data always up to date. So from node repairs to updates to patches, which can now be handled by the service, or you can even choose your own level of management control. So these deployments can also extend to a fully managed cloud database service with seamless connectors between Azure Managed Instance for Apache Cassandra and the Azure Cosmos DB Cassandra API. So, moving on is on talking about the cloud native apps that we have. So, there's actually an important there was an update with regards to Azure Cosmos DB that was shared last Ignite, wherein I'd like to share with you that is Cosmos DB is a fully managed, a globally distributed and ultra low latency NoSQL database service. So there's actually new features that make it easier for developers to manage their data and power innovative real-time applications. So what do I mean by that? Right now, Cosmos DB now provides MongoDB B4 support, which is this transaction is generally available and it makes simpler for developers to take advantage of multi-document transactions and retriable rights. So this actually gives a new way to fix accidental changes by enabling data to be recovered and restored from any time within the last 30 days. And aside from that, new role-based access controls to enhance security with granular data access capabilities for users and applications. And the last for cloud-native apps is really the announcing that was announced last Ignite is the general availability of the Azure Synapse link. That it was also demoed earlier by Emil for Azure Cosmos DB, which enables real-time analytics on operational data. And for the Azure Cosmos DB Core API and API for MongoDB. So, speaking of near real-time, uh, it was also announced the Azure Catch for Redis Enterprise tiers that is also general available. And this is actually a built-in collaboration with Redis Labs, which is the enterprise tiers offers powerful features to support new use cases and applications with global scale. So this actually new modules that enable search, time series, and probabilistic functionality, wherein large cache sizes of up to 13 terabytes and support for Redis 6.0. So imagine that updates that we have, wherein Azure is really the only public cloud that offers these comprehensive features to turbocharge your applications. So to support what are the other services that we have on Azure, and this is let's talk about analytics. This has been one of my favorites when it comes to the Azure services that we have, and it is really Azure Analytics remains simply unmatched. Why? It's because uh, it is humbling to see the massive excitement and rapid adoption of Azure Synapse Analytics. We've seen actually a 350% increase in customer usage and a 320% increase in the number of petabytes scale mission critical workloads. And when with regards to Azure Analytics, it really makes it easier for customers to take advantage of it because of it dramatically simplifies the migration experience, which goes to the Azure Synapse pathway, where with just a couple of clicks, Azure Synapse pathway scans your source systems and automatically translates your existing scripts to T-SQL. So we're talking hundreds and thousands of lines of SQL code translated in minutes. Imagine we'll be able to translate it in minutes. So you don't have to manual rewriting of code and no chance of human error. So this actually massively accelerates your migration experience and significantly reduces your cost. And with this Azure Synapse pathway, uh, you will be able to quickly download this tool and migrate from Teradata, Snowflake, Netezza, AWS Redshift, SQL Server, and Google's BigQuery. So, yep. And with this, with Azure Synapse, actually, the teams, the developer teams, can actually collaborate with your team and data science teams using the tools of your choice. And with Synapse and Dynamics 365 customer insights, now natively integrated together, Dynamics 365 customer insights users can now choose what data to export. And an example of it is customer profiles that join analysis to Synapse for enriched analytics. And if you've seen how ML demoed the Azure Synapse Studio earlier, you'll be able to create the customer insights data within the Synapse Studio is automatically discoverable and can be used to gain powerful and predictive insights that can be surfaced back to the Dynamics 365 customer insights to empower sales. Not only sales, it's really across personas from service, from marketing professionals, uh, it, to really provide more personalized experiences for everyone. So Synapse is, of course, also needed to be integrated with Power BI. Which we all know that Power BI is really the undisputed leader in business insights. This means Synapse users can author and publish Power BI reports from within their Synapse Studio, so enabling all businesses users to benefit from important timely insights. So with this features that available, only Microsoft offers this no clips experience across organizations. Where enabling business and IT to work really hand in hand. So the second to-do list that I would like to talk about is the Azure and artificial intelligence. So in AI, we actually offer the most comprehensive portfolio of AI services, enabling organizations to build mission critical and high quality solutions responsibly. There's actually tens of thousands of customers such as Pepsi, Amway, Airbus, BBC, and any other customers that use Azure AI to really deliver compelling customer experience, to identify new business opportunities and drive impact. So we actually seen 10 billion of inferences, up 400% in 1 year, and wherein cognitive services reach 53 billion per month, or 130% since last year. And with the cognitive search, as you can see on the slide, we're now seeing 24 billion queries per month. So imagine that, how many queries that we're seeing per month, 24 billion. And finally, we're seeing enormous growth on the Azure bot service, wherein there are 33 billion messages per month, which, for example, is the Azure Health Bot. It's actually being used by organizations to build virtual healthcare assistance used by more than 80 million people worldwide at a time when expanding access to healthcare information is more critical than ever. So, like for example, if you've there's actually a lot of Azure Health Bot that you can explore on with the Azure service. So with that, there are actually a lot of new capabilities when it comes to Azure AI and Azure Machine Learning. So uh, right now, developers can now train machine learning models on premises and in multi-cloud environments with Azure Machine Learning support for Azure Arc. And the simplified is actually a fully managed machine learning add-on can be deployed with one click on Arc enabled Kubernetes clusters. So this means it can help organization to lower cost. It can help you to lower cost by leveraging their existing Kubernetes infrastructure, and especially increase operational efficiency. And also, with regards to this recent announcement, data science teams uh, can use Azure Synapse Analytics Spark clusters for large scale interactive data preparation tasks from within the Azure Machine Learning notebooks. So with that uh, update, there's actually they've Microsoft has added 64 additional languages, taking the total of 73 languages for uh, language support. Wherein the cognitive search is the only cloud search service that will it's actually built in AI capabilities that enrich all types of information, wherein you can easily identify and explore relevant content at scale. So let me show you an example of uh, the new breakthrough when it comes to the cognitive searches is the new semantic search capability in Azure Cognitive Search, which enables organization or to offer highly relevant and contextual search experience in their application. What is semantic? If it is the first time that you've heard about semantic search, it is actually based on years of AI innovation by the Microsoft research team, and wherein it leverages some of the most advanced natural language models that power search, like Bing or the Microsoft Bing, and those models that understand relationship between words and come up with answers that are much more relevant to the searcher's intent. So, so most organizations depend on in-app search as a critical component of their customer experience. But the current search offerings in the market fall short. So most of the offerings is keyword based and looks at the frequency of the exact word and return results. And as you see here, the current search engine may not return the most relevant answer, but all of these changes with the introduction of semantic search. Here you can see the semantic search contextually understand what the user is looking for. It comes up with the relatable terms of maternity, such as visiting hours. And then after that process, semantic search evaluates the underlying data to determine the most relevant answer. You'll be able to see how semantic search zeroes in on childbirth center given its relationship on maternity ward and finds the most relevant answer to the query. And you can also see the summary of the answer right at the top uh, of the with the childbirth center hour. Uh, so users do not have to click on multiple links and look for answers within long documents. So it is really a breakthrough innovation that Microsoft has for the Azure cognitive search. So, and for the last capabilities that I wanted to talk about is really the data governance, wherein it is really the groundswell of interest for Azure Purview, wherein it is Azure Purview. If it is the first time that you've heard of it, it's actually the newly announced unified data governance service that which is really breathtaking uh, for data administrators and other related fields. And since its announcement a few months ago, there's actually a large increase. There's organization have automatically scanned over 14.5 billion assets were discovered, and more than 2,000 plus newly created preview customers preview accounts. And what is really Azure Purview? It's actually a reimagination of data governance, wherein it helps you maximize the business value of your data. It's actually it starts with knowing what data you have. It also helps you create a holistic an up-to-date map of your data residing on premises or multi-cloud and in SaaS application data sources. Uh, the Azure Purview Data Map actually offers automated metadata discovery and AI powered classifiers and end-to-end lineage. So right now, we are now able to map even more of your multi-cloud and on-premises data sources from SAP to SQL Server to Teradata and a lot more. So it was also announced that Azure Purview that can now support Oracle, wherein uh, it is an existing capability to automatically scan data sources such as uh, continue to expand the reach of Purview data map, wherein it enrich Azure Purview's ability to scan the Azure Synapse Analytic workspaces. So the users can now actually natively discover data with Purview powered search within their Synapse workspaces, breaking down those operation silos more effectively than ever before. So, so as we look all those capabilities, what sets Azure apart on how they redefined the hybrid data and how they democratize artificial intelligence with all the services that was announced, it is uh, it is really an exciting times wherein it really offers us limitless scale, performance, and possibilities wherein what you can achieve with your data. And by maximizing with the potential of your data, you have the power to go limitless. And there's a lot more of possibilities that you can do, and you can be able to help to digitally transform your organization and help to achieve more. So before I go, I'd like to aside from this one, I'd like to announce uh, some of the campaigns that Microsoft Philippines has that we would want to encourage you to join. And so, for more details uh, about Microsoft, and if you are a novice or a beginner, if you wanted to learn more, you may visit Microsoft Learn. This is actually a free learning platform for everyone, which includes a step-by-step training that can fit your schedule. That you can wherein there are interactive coding environments or for hands-on experience, and you can also earn achievements and recognition for Azure skills. And because of this, my aside from this, I'm happy to announce this one, our campaign, our challenge for everyone. If you wanted to win a Surface Go 2, you just might want to join the Microsoft APAC Social Learning Challenge at the same time. You just need to update your LinkedIn profile with your Azure skills or certifications, and you could be one of the 30 winners of a brand new Surface Go 2, so worth $500. So you just go to this link, aka.ms/, APAC Social Learning Challenge, and then you can submit your entry there. And whether you're looking for trainings as well, for you to be able to submit an entry here, you can also visit this link, uh, aka.ms/MSPH events, where we provide free virtual training days from Azure fundamentals, from data fundamentals, and the AI fundamentals, and a lot more, even Power Platform fundamentals. Wherein through these virtual trainings, once you completed the training, you'll be able to get a certification voucher right after the training. So you could get you'll be able to certify yourself uh, and to get the certification. So yeah, um, I think once again, I'm Ian Torres, and thank you for tuning in for this session. And I hope you uh, grasp some insights about what are the things that how Microsoft they redefine the hybrid data and how they democratize artificial intelligence. So yeah, that's all. You're on mute Sir John.
So sorry, and I said thank you. I said thank you, and yeah, it's just I like how your talk actually connects a lot of the things that we talked about in the morning with these new services. So ang dami palang bagong niro-roll out sa
Yes,
Azure
definitely.
around
Cobra.
around big data, around AI, and
Mhm.
putting them together seems much easier with these. And yes, and again, ang na pick up ko dun is yeah, siguro later on when you're able to see the recording of this and rewind dun sa Surface Go. Okay,
Yes,
so I
definitely.
think a lot of people will be interested in that. So
Yes,
yep.
they should. They
Um,
should.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Ian, for that
Thank you,
very
John.
informative talk. All right, and I guess we'll have you back in the panel later.
All right.
All right. Thank you. We will. All right. We will proceed. We will proceed to our last, but not the least, speaker for today. And she is coming to us. Hindi ko maalala kung saang European country si Jonah. And I guess oh, she's from Sweden. Hello, Jonah, and
Hi.
thank you for having us here. Yeah, so Jonah Anderson is Pinoy, and,
Yeah.
and yeah,
So,
I'll I'll hand it over to you to talk about continuous learning and development in Azure.
yes.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you, thank you. Okay.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you and salamat for tuning in to the Global Azure Philippine edition. And today, I will be talking about it is a lightning talk, and I will be talking about continuous learning and development with Microsoft Azure, in which I will be sharing how I continually learn with Microsoft Azure technologies and options that I have. And to start with, I would like to introduce myself a bit. So, I was born and originally from the Philippines, and I moved to Sweden 10 years ago. And I like photography, so I would like to present myself in lots of pictures in one slide. So I work as a software developer at Forefront Consulting. It is an IT consulting company here in Sweden, and I code in my workday. I code full stack development in C#.net, and I'm very passionate and interested in developing technologies with Microsoft Azure. And during my free time, I like to volunteer by mentoring young women in tech because I see a diversity problem in tech. So I volunteer to inspire them to choose tech through different organizations here in Sweden. And I share knowledge through public speaking. And recently, I started a local user group here in my city, Sundsvall, because I saw that that user group is missing here. So hopefully, it will be something. And on my private time, I like to read books and spend time obedience training with my dog Jackson and play some chess if I have extra time. And I would like to start my talk by sharing this quote that education is one thing that no one can take away from you. And this is the quote that I have been taking with me. I have been that has been with me through the years of my life since I was studying back from in the Philippines. So I spent about 17 years of my life studying, 14 years in the Philippines and 3 years in Sweden. So I've always kept this quote as an inspiration to my educational journey, especially in becoming a software developer and Azure developer. And also, I created a special or customized variant in development. We have the CI/CD, continuous integration and continuous development. But I created my own variant for this talk. I call it continuous learning and continuous development, which means that we developers, not just developers, architects, and everyone, all of us need to continually learn and develop in the skills and the expertise that we are passionate about. So learning never ends, and that's the reason why we are here today because we believe that we gain from a lot from learning new things, and it, to be honest, it's addicting to learn new things. And I would like to share about Bersin's continuous learning model. Here we see different parts in this learning model. There's experience, factors that affects our continuous learning. That's experience, education, exposure, and environment. So these four things are are important in continuous learning. And as for exposure, there are exposure that are immediate, intermediate, and transitional. So for intermediate, you have to ask yourself a question: what do I need to support my success in the moment? So for example, if you want to be a better programmer, or if you want to be an Azure developer, or whatever your career dream is, you need to ask yourself what do you need to fulfill that dream that you have, and what do I need to grow in your career. So for example, if you work in a company, then you probably have some things in your company that the company offers for your competency, or as Marilag said earlier on her talk, upskilling. It's not just enough that we developers code, but it's also important that we continually upskill ourselves in developing technologies. And transitional it also means that we ask the question: what do I need to grow in our career? So you cannot grow your career alone. You also need to build relationship. Also need to build networks. So this is a good learning model that I wanted to share with everyone. And I also wanted to share my career plan was to be a good programmer. And what does it really mean to be a good programmer? Should I know a lot? Should I read a lot? Should I improve my code? There are a lot of things. There's also that we always strive hard to be a clean coder, and we also have to learn to solve problems by fixing bugs. So at the same time, we also need to continually learn to be in Azure with the technologies that's continually growing these days. So I decided to choose Microsoft Azure because I'm a .NET developer, and I've been working with C# technologies for the past several years. And I believe that Microsoft Azure is the best cloud platform for me to develop apps to the cloud. And my career goal for Microsoft Azure is I wanted to be a better Azure developer, and I also want to understand Microsoft Azure better as a cloud platform. And when I listened to Marilag's talk about architecture and being an Azure architect, I was inspired because it's not just enough to do coding. It's also important that you know which services or Azure services that you're using in implementing your solutions for your company's business requirements. So I chose Microsoft Azure because I want to be a better developer, and also I want to be better in understanding the services and the architecture in Azure. And so I use continuous learning and continuous development. And and there's also a concept called microlearning. Microlearning is refers to learning in small nuggets. It's like a small you connect your bits of learning together so that you can connect it and you learn you connect the small pieces of learning, and then you connect it to learn to reach a learning objective. For example, if you want to be a better Azure developer, then micro learning the different parts of the Azure developer learning path, for example in Microsoft Learn, is a good way to learn. So starting small is very important, especially if in Azure there are a lot of different services that can be complex and confusing if you just pick any of them. So it's good first to plan what are included, what learning path are included in Azure development. And then when you break those paths into categories, go in those every category and micro learn every topics in that. And next is that, oh, my slide is there. So I came up with top 8 methods in how I continually learn and develop with Microsoft Azure. So I invest time learning. So aside from micro learning, I invest time actually 4 6 hours a week aside from my 40 hours full time on a weekday to learn and spend time learning about Azure technologies. For example, I set a goal in my LinkedIn Learning and Pluralsight to to learn different technologies that I'm currently focusing on, and I also use Microsoft Learn because I believe it's a good platform to both learn the theory, which is important, the fundamentals, uh, and also the hands-on, the sandbox. I believe is very good because you don't have to have an Azure subscription. You can use it for free on the same platform. So it's really good. And I also like to invest time, for example, my lunchtime with lunch learning, and also join into tech talks like what we have right now, listen from others and learning from the experts. And next is free resources. Like many of the previous speakers have mentioned different Microsoft Learn as one of the great platform for learning. So I also use Microsoft Learn to take advantage of the free resources. And there's also a lot of technologies or resources in YouTube, user groups that we have in our Microsoft technologies communities. And next is learn from others. So I learn. I myself don't consider myself an expert. So every topic that I want to be better at, I always think that I can learn from others and the expert. So we should take value and inspiration from that. So you can learn from others based on their experience. So you cannot do your learning alone. And there's a kind of slow this one. Okay, and next is dare to take challenges. So sometimes sometimes we're afraid to make and make changes in our current situation, and not we're not so confident to dare take challenges. So just like this man on the picture, he wanted to go that on the other side, but it's too complicated with this labyrinth puzzle. So if you want to continually learn and develop as a developer or better at what you do, it is important to dare take challenges. And it is even though sometimes you fall, but you can always encourage to stand up when you fail. So what I do to take challenges, there are options like the Azure Developer League. There you can take different learning path in which you can do challenges through Microsoft Azure. There's also virtual training days, as mentioned earlier, also by the previous speaker. Virtual training days gives you the option to attend on virtual trainings, and you will get a voucher for any certification. So, for example, recently I took the Azure fundamentals, and I got it for free, so I didn't have to pay anything. So it was a good catch. And also 30 days to learn it is a good challenge for those who are learning Azure. And with 30 days to learn it, you can choose between being the developer path, the architecture path, the DevOps path. And in each challenge, you are given about 50% about discount voucher on certifications. And of course, Microsoft Learn. And 5 is learn by doing. So when I was when I was studying programming, especially here in Sweden, I had my first programming language in the Philippines. I studied computer science, and my first programming language in the Philippines was Visual Basic. And it was a long time ago, but when I moved to Sweden and studied more agile system development in C Sharp, I had to renew my skills because when my mother when I finished computer science studies, my mother died, and I had to work as a tech support in my city in the Philippines to support my family, and I kind of like didn't get that hands-on training after my studies. So when I moved to Sweden, I really wanted to reach my goal. So when I was learning programming here in Sweden, I had a hard time connecting the dots and understanding the complexity of logic and programming. And I realized and I learned that you need to do in order to learn. You need to act and do actions. So learning by doing is a good concept or a good thing to remember when you're trying to develop your skills. So by learning and doing, you combine hands-on and the theory together, and that's how you learn by experiencing it. And one example that I have recently is as an Azure developer, there are several ways how to create services. So you can create services in Azure Portal. You can use Azure CLI, PowerShell. But recently, I've been challenging or learning Azure CLI because it's a good way to develop with our applications. And what I do is that instead of clicking on the Azure portal and create services, I try to use the Azure CLI command every time I do my mini projects or development. So it's one example of learn by doing. And next is share your knowledge, just like what we're doing right now in this tech talk, in this event, Global Azure. A lot of many Azure experts around the world are combining powers and combining knowledges, combining the knowledge that they have to share to others. And I really like this event idea. So we gain power by sharing knowledge. So as I share knowledge right now, I feel the power that we're doing around the world. So when I was growing up in the Philippines, I'm not sure if you remember Ernie Baron. He was the weather forecaster in ABS-CBN TV channel. And when I was a kid, he had also, like, I watched his program. He has a program called something, a science related program, and at the end of his program he always said knowledge is power. And that was something that kept I always have in my mind, that having the knowledge is power. So but however, having that, keeping the knowledge into yourself is also, it's not empowering you. I mean, maybe it's empowering you because it's good that you have that knowledge, but sharing the knowledge has greater power. And you share the knowledge, you can share your knowledge different ways. So what I do recently, since I'm very into learning different Azure technologies, I blog every time I develop or do mini projects. I dig deeper into the concepts of it through Microsoft Learn, and I do the hands-on by creating mini projects, and then I blog about it, and I also share it on dev community site. So it's one way to share your learning by writing, taking action, and doing hands-on. And the next seven method that I used is that the get out of your comfort zone. So sometimes we need to. There's a quote like, a change is the only constant thing in this world, and in order to develop as a person or in your career, we need to get out from our comfort zone, because that's where magic happens. So if you stay in your small world here, and you just stay there, you won't know the magic that's happening around you. So we need to get out from our comfort zone. And how did I overcome getting out of my comfort zone? So I have, when I was, I have to share that when I was a kid, I'm very shy kid that I had to hide behind my mother every time I have like a school presentation in school. And I hide in the corners every time we have guests in school, guests at home. And it's pretty amazing how you get out from your comfort zone. And one of it is recently I've been trying to challenge myself to do public speaking. And when I did that, I'm surprised that I overcome the challenge. And I noticed that magic really happens when you start getting out of your comfort zone. So recently, I've been doing public speaking. Sometimes I feel nervous, especially the first time, but as you keep practicing and you keep doing it, and just follow your heart when you talk and share your skills, share your knowledge, then everything's gonna be fine and magic happens. So I encourage everyone to uh, to get out from your comfort zones. And number 8 is the last but not the least method is that I try to celebrate my achievements, small achievements of continuous learning. So because of what I've been doing, I've collected some Azure Heroes badges and got some swags and also got some bags and things. And most of all, I'm very glad to be part of the tech communities and the user groups that we have both here in the Philippines, in Sweden, and the entire world. So I am really excited about the collaborative things that we do together, and it's great. So celebrate small progress. It's good for you and your improvement. And of course, lastly, I would like to share this quote: "Alone we are smart, but together we are brilliant." So thank you so much. Maraming salamat and tack så mycket in Swedish. And I would like to thank you, Global Azure User Group Manila, for having me here. And if you want to contact me, you can scan this QR code and claim your learner badger to get this badger, digital badger, and 30 days to learn and link there. And you can also check out this link for the Azure badge. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jonah. That was a really great presentation, and yeah, it's it's like a flashback to me as well. I've been doing the community thing for about 15 years now, and 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 I could relate to a lot of the things that you've said
Yes.
in at the beginning of that. I was such a nervous speaker, but now it's just normal to speak in front of
Yes.
people. All
Yeah.
right.
Practice makes
Oh,
perfect, they said.
it does. And I think yeah, before we go, first there's that swag and more. So if you want to earn more badgers, just like Jonah has, feel free to. I mean, please scan that QR on your screen and get your badger. And yes, before we move to the panel, I like to remind everybody that right after the panel, we have a small quiz where you could also win some swag. So I hope you have been paying attention to the different talks. I know there's a lot to absorb, and there's a lot to get in. But yeah, some of our questions later will be coming directly from those talks, and there's some cool prizes awaiting for those who can answer the questions. All right. With that, let's add back our speakers from earlier. There you go. All right, and yeah, unfortunately, we don't have Ian back in the panel. He can stay around, but happy to see Marilag again, and again Jonah here, and yeah, great to have you in our panel. So I'll get it over to Mike to
All
start
right. Yeah.
our discussion. Yeah.
Um, yeah, no worries. So first off, I was also observing questions, YouTube and so Facebook, but most of them are, comments about the spirit of community, which I really like, especially, for Filipinos and young devs. It's
Mhm.
really very inspiring
Mm.
that, we're doing this kind of effort for them. So
Mm-hmm.
I'll
Mga
probably
kabayan.
just bayan. Siguro, I'll start with Marilag muna, with a question of, like, you about architecture. There's, or actually roles or positions in particular. I know they are, may mga formalities and non-formalities around it, but probably just a distinction of what is a cloud architect, a cloud engineer, a developer, or, and where all those different roles comes in.
Yes, I think as I have mentioned earlier today with John that we all need to have that architectural skills in us, right? But then of course we can't be a jack of all trades all the time. If you want to be a
Mhm.
developer, if you have to focus on everything on those five pillars that I mentioned, you won't even have time to code. Then you're just going to be refining your architecture all the time and monitoring. You can't do that. So if you want to stick with development, understand the architecture and then implement it as best as you can, but then your focus is clean code, maintainable code, understand readable code, and functional secure code, right? So that's a cloud developer. When you're an engineer, it depends on types of engineer. There are different types of it. So it's so broad, right? But with the engineer, I would still say that engineers are the ones that are implementing, but maybe not coding. You can be, for example, a site reliability engineer or a DevOps engineer. So with the site reliability, you focus on the reliability side of the pillar, but implement it in such way, and you're the ones who's actually doing the monitoring and the design. But with and then for your DevOps engineer, of course, developers can also be DevOps engineer, but there are some DevOps focused engineers that really takes care of especially complex pipelines that run on so many different environments, running so many different resources. And then for the architect, you have to be a little holistic on the high level on all these things that are going on. And as mentioned, remove the blockers from these teams, remove the blockers from your developers. If they cannot implement it because of the code, there's a limitation, help them find the way. You don't necessarily have to solve it for them, but you are the one kind of the one that needs to step in to get the
Mhm.
problem solved. And same for the other engineers in your team. But maybe you're not the one sitting and monitoring how things are performing anymore or if everything is secured. So not at least not on a daily basis, right?
Okay,
That's
all
my
right.
take.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for that, Marilyn. So questions for you, Jonah. I really like your talk because it's very welcoming and it's very inclusive. So siguro one thing I'm kind of like looking for. I mean, just a personal question and also a personal answer from
Yeah.
you is that it's inevitable at some point, in careers, people experience failure in whether it's in tech or not in tech, right? But
Mm.
what's your advice? Because I think that's usually, the fear of failure is usually one of the first hindrance in learning or venturing into a different domain or, being a developer, architect, or engineer. There's that fear of failure, like na parang, people are afraid to fail. What's your take on that one?
Yes, thank you for the question. I can really relate to the question about the fear of failure because you said, I mentioned that the education is very important, especially sa atin sa Filipinas, di ba? We really value education a lot because education is what makes our careers. But as for to answer your question about failure, when I was learning programming, especially when I moved to Sweden, I had like a 2 year course called Yrkeshögskolan for .NET Azure development, and it's full stack in 2 years. And I had to learn different paths and different types of learning path in different development. And there were many times in those 2 years when I was studying here in Sweden that I had like to work to do coding, do my studies every night, and I also had like cry for what and try cry like really tearing frustrated. Why is my code not working and I need to pass it next week or tomorrow? So when it comes to failure, based on my experience, my advice is to, so even though it feels like it's hopeless, is to never give up. Just when that happens, just switch back your mindset and think of the good things and the positive things that will happen after you go through that barrier or process. It's just like jumping up in a big mountain, and you, when you get over it, it goes up. It will be good for you. So that's my advice: to just never give up and keep learning. Follow your dreams.
Yeah, thank you for that, John. And that's really very inspiring.
Great advice. Yeah.
So great
Yes.
advice as well.
Mm.
So question for both, John and Marilag. Now this is very obvious, but then, so in tech industry, I mean, like, globally, right? I mean, in Philippines, medyo iba yung landscape. I mean, the ratio of women and men in tech is, in my personal opinion, is okay-ish in terms of Philippines. But then, worldwide, when I've been in Australia, I've been to US, and even in Europe, I noticed that there's really a big gap around it. And I'm really, like, I'm happy for both of you that you're taking this track, this journey, for, like, really empowering the diversification of technology, bringing the flag of Philippines and at the same time the women in IT. Siguro, lang, just share, some of your journeys alongside with it, and, like, how do you break that stereotype? Let's start with
Marilag.
Marilag.
Yeah.
Okay, I can start. So maybe I'll start with the fact that I went to an all-girls school. In the Philippines, it's very common. So it's an all-girls school, and then I studied computer science. And even there, even if we're all female, you can see that we're a little bit different from the ones that are taking different courses, not computer. So we're the ones you will spot us because our hair is always disheveled. We're carrying this. At that time, I don't have a laptop, so a whole CPU. I'm in a jeepney with a CPU, and then getting off with my skirt, and so I experienced these things, right? And so at that time, to be honest, when I was school, I didn't think about women in tech because we were all women in class. So I just thought it was so normal to take computer science. I took computer science because it was very big at the time. Internet just started. So it didn't really cross my mind. It's only after I joined the industry that when I realized, not even when I was working in the Philippines, because I was kind of isolated with my job, I was just focused on my code. I didn't know, again, clueless about what's going on. And then when I moved to Europe, and then I realized, oh my God, there is a problem. And even here, I attend conferences. Sometimes I'm a speaker, and then there's 150 men in the audience, and I'm the only female speaker. And this has got to change in one way or another. And we can pick our fights, and we have a lot of battles to choose from. So I'm always contemplating about what I can do. And I respect the ones that are very vocal about it and really vocalizing their intention about diversity. And on my side is maybe sometimes because I'm not very good at posting in social media all the time, my choice of weapon is to representation. Keep doing, exposing yourself, go on stage because that's where you're seen. Be visual. Let them see you, and the more they see you, the more they realize and it clicks in the mind. Sometimes image is more powerful than words, even though words are powerful. But sometimes you don't even have to say anything. You stand there with your hair, your color, your gender, and it clicks in their head. Something changes, and they say, "Oh, well." Sometimes it's not always for the good, but most positive positive change happens. They see, oh, she can do it. Well, it's normal. Oh, okay, it's normal. And then the more you increase, and then somebody else sees that, oh, I can do it too. And then you have more and more growing and being part of the whole endeavor or the whole advocacy. So that's my part. Just be out there. Put your face on YouTube.
Amen.
Amen. Yes.
How about
Yeah,
you,
I
Jonah?
can. yeah, I was like thunderstruck when I listened, and I'm really focused on what Marilag said also, because Marilag was is one of the Filipinas in tech that I take inspiration also, aside from Adrian. Marilag inspires me to do public speaking. So my public speaking experience actually started when Marilag invited me to Azure User Group Manila, and she inspires me, and I agree with her that when it comes to making changes to diversity and equality problem in tech, we need to be out there and expose ourselves that, hey, I'm a Filipina, I'm a woman, and I work in tech. So we need to, it's just like what I shared also, that we need to get out from our comfort zone. And just like Marilag, I also studied computer science in the Philippines. And back in the Philippines, I didn't actually see that the diversity, gender inequality problem, because we're kind of like
Eh,
equal in the Philippines. But just like Marilag, when I moved to Sweden, and for example, when I started studying programming here, I was like alone, like one or two of us in the class of Swedish students. So, and I'm the only Filipino. So I kind of feel like, oh, this is different from the classes that I had in the Philippines. So it kind of there already. I already have the challenge. And then when I finished school and here in Sweden, and I started working my first job full time as an IT consultant or software developer, there in my workplace, I also experienced the gender diversity problem, in which I feel left out and alone. And I was the only developer in the team, and the different cultures around me. So what I do as a technique to make a change or make a difference is to not to work hard and try harder just to show up for others, is to just be myself and not be afraid to speak out. Because sometimes, we Filipino, we have the sometimes we hesitate on in sharing and opening up. But here in
Yeah.
Sweden or in European country, they're very open and vocal. So I had to break my culture, like my Filipino culture in me, that I need to learn to mix the Filipino and the European style. So so I myself experience how it is to work in a tech where in a workplace that I feel like alone. So what I do because of that, I decided to do mentoring by mentoring other women in tech here in Sweden and even internationally. So I mentor several Swedish young women that to be better programmer, and they choose a career in tech. And I was also teaching kids programming in Sundsvall, and I saw there that there were only boys and only a few girls. And the girls that were in my class, who I was teaching them Scratch and programming, they were busy with Instagram, and that kind of like tick in my head. No, this is not a good example. I need to do something. So this is the reason why I'm trying to gather forces with Marilag and other tech communities, and just be a role model, as Marilag said, like show yourself. So good advice from Marilag, and I'm doing the same. I'm a living example of what Marilag said.
Mm-hmm.
thank you, thank you.
Absolutely inspiring, absolutely
Yeah, me too.
inspiring, both of you. Yeah, and yeah, and it's interesting to take it also from, from a man's a point of view, because you don't really think about it until it's pointed out. I mean, in the Philippines, even if one thing I've always noticed that is that in the decade or so that I've been in the community, right? You'd have in person events and all of that. Um, in terms of the audience, there's a good mix of women, and there's a good mix of men mixed together. But when they move to the industry, they kind of take different tracks, and that's where I notice, hey, why are all the women going to QA and and
And
UX?
management. Yeah.
Yeah, and there was that. So absolutely, I think that maybe the manifestation of the distribution is different slightly in the Philippine industry, but it's still there. and that means that this leading by example, and these examples that people like Marilag, Jonah, I know in the audience Adrian is there. I've also seen her talk in the events. The examples that they give are really inspiring, and I hope it inspires more Filipinas to also consider I guess the hardcore dev track of things. Yeah, yeah. But as opposed to just considering the business side of track. Although I also understand that the business side might lead to the CEO positions. We do have some IT companies in the Philippines led at the top level by women. So maybe there's pros and cons. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
And
We'll see.
Marilag, I wanted to add that Marilag is doing and making a difference in the Philippines
Mhm.
these days with olap.org. Maybe Marilag would like to share a bit about the program and the scholarship.
Mhm.
Yes, a little bit. I just started and launched the ulap.org. We started in March, and the idea actually is that we open scholarship slots for underrepresented kids that are
Mhm.
already, one step ahead because they have chosen the technical track, the STEM track in college. But the
Mhm.
problem that we're seeing, especially for underrepresented youth, is that after they graduate, for some reason, and if you don't even need data. You just need to observe
Mhm.
that they don't really land the jobs that they are meant to do because of
Mhm.
their passion and skills. Then they ended up, in some other careers that's probably not related. Sometimes even less paying. And the sad part is that they end an entry level job and stay in an entry level job for many years. And this is the trend. And there are many factors to that I don't want to explore, but there's certainly a lot with being underrepresented because you lack the motivation, the preparation, the opportunity. Maybe it's your location, your your economic situation, your social situation, and especially your confidence level. Being in an underrepresented group is highly affecting your direction. So we want to help these bright kids get kick-started in career. And it's not a scholarship for an entire education, but to prepare them in the actual workforce, using putting the by offering training, official training, the ones that you saw that Jonah has taken. I have taken official training, certification in different cloud providers, not only Azure but also other cloud. So they get the training, and then they get the certification for the fundamentals, and then later on in the next stage get the more professional training for development or other engineering tracks and data science track. And once they're done with it, maybe they also have a mentors. But we also have planned about 6 to 7 events over the course of the year, also for the public. Everyone is invited, but more directly for young people who's interested in tech. So that's ULAP. Hopefully we're
Yes.
looking for volunteers, mentors, sponsors. So
Yes.
all over the
And
world.
yes, it's a really good initiative, and I volunteered to be part of ULAP. So hopefully, we'll make a difference and find more Filipinas, in tech to be
Mhm.
with us in the coming years.
Mhm.
Yes.
All right. So to wrap up, now, I'll just probably ask one last question for both of you. This is now. Let's go back to cloud. I know. I mean, I myself is really into cloud, and say it in my my jacket. But in your perspective, in my personal perspective, I think it's really still very early days of cloud. Parang malayo pa talaga yung pupuntahan nito. Like, in your
Mhm.
perspective, where do you think this will go? I mean, cloud in general, and like infrastructure, or even technology in general. Let's start with Marilyn.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of things going on the data side of things, right? But ultimately, we need to solve the urgent problems of the world, and I hope that all these things that we are building, that we spend less time. I wouldn't say mundane because every problem is important, but there are some things that we can automate. especially with the cloud. That's what I was talking about in architecture. Let's not spend so much time on the manual steps of building and then not making use of all the cloud. That's so much. That's my ear, that's my pet peeves, waste of time. If we can do one thing better. So because I see the cloud as not only the cloud, but also the edge as an enabler for the society. There's so much problems that we need to solve, that the intelligent cloud can solve: data science, machine learning, uh, virtual reality. So that's where we are going. And biotechnology, by the cloud. And then we also have, of course, space computing, quantum computing. This is going to be big, but we're far, right? But we spend so much time every single time, starting from zero. With every new graduates coming out, they start from, I don't know, hello world on HTML, which is essential. But let's not stay there. Let's get it over and done with, learn it, and then move on, and to a point where the cloud becomes more like a utility company, like our electric yeah, energy providers, that we don't even think about how that part works. But we only think about the solutions that we build on top of it, and we focus on that. That's I
Yeah.
think my vision.
Those
All right.
are
Thanks
very
for that,
good
Marlon.
insights. Yes, very
Over
good
to you,
insights.
Jonah.
Yeah, I agree with Marilag. The cloud is getting bigger and bigger. If it was a real cloud, then it's gonna be rain falling down, because so it's gonna be like heavy. But the future of the cloud is really promising, and there are a lot of great things, like for example AI, machine learning, smart cognitive services, and even quantum computing that Marilag mentioned. But also see in the developer part, I also see the challenges that many companies are facing right now when it comes to migration from on premises to the cloud. And many companies, based on my experience here in my consulting job, many companies are having a challenge in moving their applications to the cloud. They want to do that, but they don't have the right people, the right skills in their company to move to the cloud. So we are, as we mentioned, we are behind. And also the companies itself that owns the application, they're in a challenge as well, because they're hesitate in moving into the cloud, because they don't know so much about the cloud. They are scared that maybe there's a GDPR or data issues. So I think that to be at phase with the fast speed cloud technologies that's improving all the time, we developers, architects, and every companies, even the business owners, we need to work together and collaborate to be in Azure or in tech with the technologies that's growing. And we need to learn together, not maybe in a deeper level, but in a specific category. So just like Amaralag said, it's important that the cloud should be the new normal, so that we have in the upcoming future. So that's my insight about cloud. It's getting big.
All right. Yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree. I mean, back in your days, John, if it's that loud, you have to put in your IIS website on a USB, put it in a hard drive, copy it on INETPub. Um,
Do not remind me of those painful
Let's
Yes.
not
days.
get there. Let's not get there.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
But
Yeah.
but I do have to point out that there are other challenges as well. I mean, for example, in countries like the Philippines and even in Australia, reaching
yes.
reaching outback communities, internet service providers need to step up, and that's where we have to both fight on the ground to make the government act wherever we are, whatever government it is, so that they would act on providing that access, and maybe even support other initiatives like the satellite based ISPs,
Mm-hmm.
and things like that. And until that happens, that would be the barrier, I guess, to the adoption of the cloud, and that's probably the biggest threat. So it's important for us to also voice out, and
Okay.
advocate for equitable, I guess, internet access, because it is becoming a utility, and is becoming, a very important part of our lives, and that only became even more true during the pandemic. So,
Yeah.
yep, yeah, lots of work.
Internet is the yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
internet is the new road, the new bridge, the new
Mhm.
ferry to a different, country. So it's really it's a shame if we cannot improve that part, because then we're not going to go anywhere. We're not going to be able to travel without it.
Yes,
That's sometime soon.
it's
Yeah.
yes, it's really interesting with the great new technologies that we have in the cloud today. So we also have like great challenges. So we as cloud advocates, so we as cloud technologies, developing technologies for the future, we need to think of building applications that are sustainable, and just like Marilag also said, automated. We have automatization. That's also something that we can use to save time in our development, and also let's also build applications that is kind of like there are machine learning and AI that many people are kind of like skeptical about that, because maybe robots will take over our jobs. So maybe it's a challenge, it's a good insight, but we developers maybe need to build something that we have a backup plan in case robots takes over.
I'm fine with that. They can take my job and I'll just relax,
Yeah, and then
go
Yeah.
we
beach.
can we
Yeah,
can all
I'm
sit
at that
in
point too
Boracay.
sometimes.
Yeah, me too.
we can we can let the robots take our job, and then we can
Yeah,
all sit and relax
yeah,
in
yeah. Let's
Boracay and
just,
drink
yeah,
something good.
Oh,
just
yeah.
be at the beach.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
And
Okay,
get paid at
so
the
Yeah,
same time also. Like the robot do the job and we get paid for their jobs.
exactly.
that's a whole other discussion, I suppose.
Yes, I know. Out of the topic, but interesting related to what we're
Yeah.
talking about.
Well,
Sorry.
one problem at the time, I suppose,
Yeah.
and it's impressive that all these initiatives that you had to promote women in tech, or ulap.org to promote tech to the marginalized and underrepresented, and all these events that we're having are really great steps towards that. So thank you for all of this.
All
You're
right.
welcome.
So let's go to the next part of the event.
Yeah, so let's
Quizzes
have it.
and prizes.
Yeah, I guess it's up to you, Marilad, to do that quiz thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. So we can just stay on the stage, and I'm gonna post a question to
Okay.
YouTube and Facebook. And I think we still have some viewers. Hope you can answer it, and you get a chance to win some prizes from Microsoft. That we are gonna send you some vouchers and also some swags from Azure User Group Manila. You can just, if you win, just so you know, you can just give me your email, and then we'll find out how to send you the prize. But so
Mhm.
for the first question, I'm gonna post it on the chat here. Let's pick this one. I think this is from Brian's talk, um, and I'm gonna show it here.
So,
So, which service can you use when deploying your mobile application? Let's give the audience about 30 seconds to answer. Hello out there, live people. Please
yeah.
send us your answers. So let's wait a bit. If we don't get any answers, my idea is that for those of you who are watching this now, we will probably have at least three. So first come, first serve. But try to
Yes,
answer the questions first.
it would be. Do we know what the prizes are?
Yes. Some vouchers for online shopping. Shopee, I think
Oh wow.
Ian mentioned,
Oh,
or Lazada, or something like that. You can buy stuff with this
okay,
thing.
okay, okay.
Yes.
Nice,
Yan,
nice.
para ano, pang
Yes.
satisfy sa ano.
Yeah.
Merong nag-answer na.
Pang weekend kami.
First
Yes.
answer.
Start.
Someone answer.
First winner.
Azure
Yeah, we have
DevOps,
Azure
is that the
DevOps.
correct?
Mm.
Um, close, but close, very close.
Those
All
are
right.
the
I mean,
two
okay.
ones out
But
of the
Yeah.
you need to be
three.
honest.
There's
Well,
there's
well,
another
full,
question. There's
full
another
disclaimer.
answer.
Full disclaimer, pwede. Pwede. Full disclaimer, pwede.
Pwede.
Yung those two answers, but not the exact answer we're looking for.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
someone that answered now. Håkan, he's from Norway. He has another answer.
Yeah,
So
but
maybe it's a tricky question because it is actually right, but there's one very specific Microsoft service you can use
that he said
specifically for, that he mentioned
Mobile.
that if you want to
for
deploy, do your CI/CD, this is the preferred way
Yes.
mobile, I think. Yeah.
for mobile
Yes.
applications.
Applications
Mobile.
specifically.
Okay.
Yeah, for I
So
guess for Xamarin especially. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
and
especially
React
that.
native iOS, native Android. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
yes,
Got it.
Okay.
Lou,
You can
there's
use this.
literally an app
there's
in that name.
Mm-hmm. No, it's an app.
Yeah,
Something.
it's an app.
something to do with app.
It's an app something.
Okay, it's up something. Okay, so we have
Okay.
two answers so far.
Yeah, we have to answer. So if nobody answers, I think I'm just gonna take the first one, Romeo, because it is kind of right. You can
Yes.
use it, but the answer
Yeah.
is the App Center.
Yeah.
Yeah.
App
Oh,
Center. Okay,
Called the App
right.
Center.
cool.
Yes,
Yeah, you can
Microsoft
also
App
do it in
Center.
Azure DevOps because there's a
Yes,
Mac
you
built
can.
in. And yep.
Yep,
Yes.
you can. And you
Yeah.
can also,
Thank
of
you for
course, use
those.
actions.
Thank you for those who tried to answer and join the quiz,
Mhm,
the first
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
And then we have another question. This one is to be honest, do I know the answer to this one? I'll just give it a shot, right? This is from Emil's talk about the data pipeline Synapse,
Synapse.
and I
Yeah.
think also Ian mentioned this.
Yes, he did.
So this is true or false. I have to open Purview in a separate web browser tab if I want to discover a data set such as customer. Is it true or false for Purview?
Did he leave the answer with us?
I missed this. I don't know the answer to this. So this is interesting to know the facet.
Mhm. Again, there's a tricky answer for this one. So I'm gonna give you a clue. It's in preview. Yeah, in preview. So is it?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, we have a correct answer now. Romeo, yeah, you got it.
Romeo again?
Right.
Romeo again.
Oh, yes.
Maybe we should give something to Hakan.
Yeah,
Yes, let's try
Håkan.
this.
Yes.
Okay, let's try
Maybe
this.
Håkan will answer the correct next.
Yeah.
Next.
Oh,
Yeah, because it
Håkan.
is
All right,
false
all right.
because it's
Yeah.
in Hogan. Yeah, it's in preview. So in preview, it's integrated with the Azure Synapse. Okay, and let's take one. Let's take one from me. This is, I think, fairly easy. Yes. Name one pillar of excellence in Azure well-architected framework. I see someone trying to rewind.
Rewind.
Exciting. We
Did
should
I
have a
spell it
background
right?
music.
Yeah, we should have had that Jeopardy
Yes.
background.
Oh yeah.
They're thinking right now, our viewers. Oh, we have an answer from
we got an
Adrian.
answer.
Yes, you have to claim your prize, Adrian. When you go
Yay.
to Manila the next time, when we all meet there for a big conference.
Yeah, congrats.
Yeah.
That's also correct,
Congratulations,
Romeo.
Adrian. Thank you. Yeah, it's also correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, now you have double. They're all correct, but yeah, we can
Yeah,
send the
Adrian
prize
came
All
first.
correct. She was
to.
type. She was quick in typing. She's a
Yeah.
coder, you know.
And I think we have one, but not the least question.
We
And
have the last
this,
one. All right.
yeah, we have the last one here. Show it. Name some Microsoft Azure resources that Jonah used for her continuous learning.
Wait, define some.
Some. I had.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
Just
sorry.
one or more or
Maybe top three. Top three would be good.
three. All right.
Two or
Just for
three.
Yep.
clarification of the audience, we need three.
Three.
We briefly lost.
It's easy question. Everyone is.
Yeah. I wonder if people to try to rewind the stream or something.
Yeah,
Do
that's
that.
correct. It should be easier because that was the last.
The last one, yeah.
Yes.
I'm just writing their
One.
names so I can try to find them later. Da, da, da.
While we're waiting, I'd like to thank everyone who's still here after.
Yeah.
I'm looking at I'm looking at the timestamp now. It's like 5 hours of stream, and
Yes.
thank you if you stayed all throughout that. I mean, even I didn't stay all throughout that. I was stepping out briefly to grab a bite.
I was checking. I was
Yes.
Exactly.
We
Right.
have.
Yeah.
I think we have an answer. Hokan, I believe, answered correctly.
Uh-huh.
And three also.
Learn.
Microsoft Learn, Pluralsight, and MS Docs.
And that is correct.
Congrats. Yes,
Correct.
congrats, Hokan.
All right.
And
We're personally
he's from-
going to. Yeah, we're personally going to Norway to give him his prize.
Yes.
Well, if it comes from the Philippines, I wonder how we get it there. Yeah, let's see.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
So thank you so much. It's really great to be part of this event. Yeah. The Q&A
Yeah,
very interesting and a lot of great content. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Marilag, John, and Michael John for organizing this.
Yeah.
I hope
Yeah,
I
and-
pronounced your name well.
Yeah, and thank you, Jonah. Just a little plug. So in May's Finog event, we'll have Jonah speak
Yes.
there. So just uh um we'll just announce that in the Finog channels, the FB group slash PHINUG for anybody interested, and meetup.com. Search for the Philippine.net users group, and you'll get that alert and that invite, and we'll have Jonah speak to us for slightly longer. Yeah, and then a very interesting topic about Azure. Yeah, so yep.
Yes.
Yeah, watch out for that.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's really great to be here, and let's connect and collaborate more, even after this event. So we're gonna do great things together. So
Yep.
it's just a
Thank
good
you.
start.
Thank you to everyone. Yeah, thank you to
Alright,
everyone who
thanks,
supported,
everyone.
especially these two guys. Thank you very much. And also, this video is going to be on demand. So it's available on YouTube and our Facebook, Azure User Group Manila, or you'll find us in Meetup. Have a nice weekend, everyone. Thank you. Ingat palagi.
Alright.
Ingat.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Salamat.
Alam, maraming salamat.
Paalam.